Hello, offline stream.
Will you send the link to our friends?
Yes.
I also gotta get a jacket for level 1. Okay.
You want me to send it to Patty?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, it's all love. It's all Patty.
Mm-hmm.
Great timing. She says.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe she's already here.
Ooh.
Who knows?
Sweet.
And the rest is auto.
Yeah, let's have the thing up.
Mm-hmm. Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And then... Whoop.
Oh, chips and mayo. Yummy.
Alright, already a bit cold.
Yeah.
That happens with fries.
Sure does.
Oh well, free food.
That's the best food.
Mm. Mm. So,
So,
I remember I positioned myself into the hotel room, which means we're probably gonna do something in there.
party time.
Was it Hardy time?
No.
Or was it?
No, you had to talk to
woman
the
time?
woman again.
Mm.
That's what it was. Confront her about the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's probably gonna be some back and forthing.
Oh yeah, we listened to a very difficult to listen to tape last time.
Which, you know, we do know that these mercenaries are kind of shit.
Yeah, we
The
knew that
Scoutlaws,
for a while.
Yeah, so that just...
Eva!
Hello.
Hello.
So that reminded us of that.
Well, now that Eva's here, we can basically just get started.
The MVP. Most valuable player.
Let's go.
I think just the latest one, right?
He's an autosave, so I guess I'll just.
Oh yeah.
On.
Oh, the top one is the one you just started now.
I just opened.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Here we are. Oh. Remix.
Oh, because I got the boombox. It's got like some funny background sounds.
There it is. I love it. It's so fun.
Interesting. I might turn our volume down.
Maybe not the most appropriate music while you're doing a
very sad conversation.
Confronting interview.
That's true. Perhaps I will put it away for the folder.
Empathy check.
It's gonna eat fries on the side.
Oh yeah.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Titus Harder gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
A smile flits across her face.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
I think that's exactly what he said.
He arcs her brow. Something to that effect, yes.
The phrase was used.
Lieutenant checks his notes and nods.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
She picks the cup back up.
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
The word whore was used.
He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Kohoi?
The young woman lights a new cigarette with the butt of her old one.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Why say things like that? Machismo?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
Coping mechanism?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Challenging success.
You do have that empathy folder.
Hold on, who said he was mentally done? That sounds like a broken man to me.
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
You like this kind of stuff?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? He and Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Now that you've had more time, can you tell us more about the victim?
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start.
Lieutenant writes it down in his notebook.
We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
I like how they added the sound.
Yeah.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Oh, start from the top, I guess.
Where is Lelystad? The place, I mean.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
Oranje? Oranje's map of waterways? This fits with his tattoo.
You were almost right, officer. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. I'll update the form.
Lieutenant shakes his head like you just missed a shot in darts. Look at Claudia. You're both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
A military man but not a patriot?
No. He left the national service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind.
That's worse.
He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
He takes a long drag of a cigarette and then washes it down with the coffee. You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
There is nothing on Muindi. The old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
She looks around, the wind in her hair. How old was he, miss?
He was 42.
Oh, you got it right.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no.
The memory makes us smile. Will you mute my... Yeah.
I did.
We even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago.
Oh.
It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Lieutenant taps his notebook once, as though assigning some kind of point.
Points are good. Have one, you old dog.
Oh, gotta
before
heal.
you die.
You old dog.
Thanks, Kim. I did not know this was a competition, Kim.
It isn't. Police work is a cooperative sport.
There is no challenge without competition. There must be an opponent. This is clearly sports for him. Something like archery or darts.
It's still about getting hits right and not missing.
That's still pinball for me. I just like to get autopsies right on the first try. Where were we?
He hates
He's
pinball.
lying.
Hi.
Oh.
His eye color?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
She seems to enjoy the word.
Oh, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
I have 2 stroked his hair.
Yeah. Interesting. I too have stroked his hair.
Oily, isn't it?
She says unfazed.
We have that in common now.
She draws her cigarette and lets the smoke linger on for a moment in her mouth.
She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance.
Time for points.
I said to put the brilliantine on the form. Do I get a point?
No.
Yeah.
She tries to light another cigarette. It's windy, but she gets it done.
He had a tattoo. What did it mean?
Oh, that.
It was an Oranese map of the waterways.
Sure, waterways. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
We're showing off to chicks. How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?"
She points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star.
And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
You are the woman in this?
Oh, yeah.
Can you tell us precisely what these mean? Hand her the photo.
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
She doesn't take it. She pours herself more coffee.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Not a very fun story.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
Could it be that love did him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
That is weird, but I'm
I'm
curious how
wondering
she
what
would
it means
react to
before
that.
actually asking. Like, love between her and him? Or love between him and, like, the rest of his mercenaries? Maybe? As, like, if communism killed him, they could have killed him out of love. In a backwards way. So, like, as in my head, it's like, they do not tolerate communism, the mercenaries. So if some of them or both of the other mercenaries found out that he's a communist, they could have put him out of his misery. Love him. That's my theory. But
Yep,
of
yeah.
course she is literally his lover. So there's also that.
I'm gonna have to say, because we are theorizing so much about this very symbolic thing,
Yeah.
that you have to mention it.
Of course I'm gonna mention it. I'm just theorizing before I actually get to the answer.
Yeah,
Because
damn,
because there's love, but there's also communism. And we know
communism
he got
killed
shot
him,
in the
but
head.
love did him in. What does it mean?
And we know that people who were communists in the revolution were shot in the head. And all these men probably were either inspired by or understood the revolution. So communists were shot in the head. He was shot in the head. He was a communist. To someone, even if he wasn't actually a communist himself. That's just my logic. He told me love did him in.
That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. Her shoulders tense up.
Didn't like that.
There, she momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels guilty.
Do you feel guilty?
Of course I do. I'm hungover. I feel guilty about everything.
Oh, hey Liam. Welcome to the chat.
Liam.
I hope your stream went well. I literally just got off work like half an hour ago.
Yeah.
So, couldn't catch it, but...
There's love, but there's also communism. I love that.
Disco Elysium quotes.
Some good
Of course I
quotes
do.
in this
I'm
game.
hungover. Feel guilty about everything.
Do you feel guilty about what happened to him?
Among many other things, yes. I could have done something. There's always something he can do, right?
She looks into a
Ask
coffee.
me something else.
What is this? An interrogation? You didn't tell her this was going to be an interrogation.
Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him.
A moment ago it was love. And no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're a couple of shades pinker than that.
Liam says, "No worries, I'm heading to bed, so I won't be chatting, but I'll lurk." Yeah, enjoy
that's
yourself.
cool.
They're not
Chill out.
hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about anyway? This politics shit is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning?
I
It's
also
not.
do not think that the Union killed him in that way, because I still believe there is a correlation between the bullet in his head and communists being killed by bullets in the head.
Oh,
This game is too smart to not have that one very specifically spoken out element not be correlated to the main case.
I think
see
she's
it.
just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. And can you blame her?
Chatter.
Yeah. Hey, how's it
Lurkers
going?
Union. Welcome.
Join the Lurkers Union.
Just vibe if you want. I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that. Can you blame her? I'm not listening to you. I'm not listening to any one of yous.
You could blame her.
Except for you.
A little. It was a pretty straightforward question that she refused to answer.
Mm-hmm. This is the only guy I trust right now. But I also agree. I think that was a weird dodge. Like, so she's so chill about telling us everything else about everyone else, but not his political leanings. She didn't say she didn't know either.
But also, it was a very weird question.
I know, but like
granted,
usually she would
yes.
just say, "I don't know what who
Yeah.
you mean by communist." Something miraculous is coming. He told me.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change. All right, let's see where this is going.
From way out in the northwest, he told me.
Cool.
Oh.
Maybe not much will happen there.
Where is the northwest? Maybe we should check out the map that's in the bookstore. We ordered a toxicology report. Any idea what that will show us?
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss. But we'll manage without your help for now.
I think we're finished with this line of questioning.
All right.
The lieutenant puts the slip back in his notes and observes the young woman for a moment.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Guess we gotta go. Leveled up.
Where's my thoughts at? 50%.
I think you filled every single thought.
Yeah. If I do want to get rid of anyone, it'll probably be this. Find better
Chopper.
loot in locked containers.
Really?
Is not. I don't know. It's not as interesting to me.
I think some of the early ones you got might not actually help you a lot. Oh, speed. Speed gives you 2 things because of this.
Yeah,
Okay.
which I have.
You got speed.
This one's good. Not getting rid of that.
Hmm.
The fact that fails actually heals me makes it feel like the fails aren't as bad. This one I could get rid of. Just because I've already unlocked the
You already
checks.
got your shit together.
But I'm not going to get rid of it now because there's
Yeah.
nothing here that I necessarily am dying for right now.
You can always
Yeah, but I don't want to. I don't
You can
want
always
to
level
like
up.
spend a thing to forget it, right?
Yeah, it's very expensive. You have to forget. I mean, you already have the slot, but you have to spend a thing to forget it, and then you can put a new one in. But you could also just level something up instead.
Why am I so unsuggestive?
Minus
Items.
something. You have something that puts it minus. I think
I
it's
think
your
it's the-
conceptualization shirt.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
I can change clothes.
Well,
I'm just looking.
I'm realizing that I really tend to use the motorics a lot. I really like hand-eye. I really like perception. I really like composure.
already have
I
really good
like
numbers here, though.
interfacing. Yeah, you do.
I don't need
You don't.
because I
You
can
do
I can
not
put on
need
clothes
it.
to even better these more. So I don't need any more motorics. Well, not necessarily.
You don't. You could also just wait for now if you're unsure.
I'm thinking endurance.
Endurance.
Yeah. I don't hear a lot from endurance. I want to hear more from endurance. The other thing is, I want to have 1 extra HP, just in case.
Okay.
I leveled up Volition, so I think I may as well. They're kind of side by side in that way. Let's go. Nice. Feeling healthy. Head out. Oh, what's this?
Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
That's what she said, yes.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of morality. He was 42 years old?
Weren't you the one that told me he was 42 years old ages ago?
Where's this going?
Where is this going?
How old are you? That's
where it's
where
going.
this is going. 45,000 litres of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder?
Oh no. Now you're just making me feel bad.
You could ask either one of them.
I think. Ooh, I don't even know who of them would be nicer to me at this point, so.
Well, maybe you
Miss-
don't need nice. Maybe you need blunt honesty.
Yeah, but I that's what I mean. I don't even know which one of them will be more blunt. Miss, how old do you think I am?
Huh. How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer.
She's trying to be nice.
Look who's finally awake.
I don't know. 40? I was like 9 when OO peaked. That was what, 19 years ago? I liked them when I was 9. You couldn't have liked it when you were 40. Let's say you were 20-something. 25. A good disco age. 25 plus 19 is 44. I'm gonna say you're 44.
Just actually being very logical about it.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. I have a university degree, you know?
She flicks ash from a cigarette. 44. I'm young.
Absolutely. Age is just a number, man.
Yes, miss, but for him that number is 56.
Oh!
Oh, he knows.
But I could be mistaken for a 44-year-old. That's the good part.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth.
To the laboratorium.
Date of birth generator.
56 versus 44. That's a big difference.
I wonder if because you got shaved, you get a different answer.
Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be. The day and the century. For how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? Sounds interesting. I'd be interested in taking that.
It's a long thought. You need some
I think I can
XP
get
quick.
rid of, yeah, I think I can get rid of this one for that.
Because you already
I like the lore.
you already did your shit.
Yeah, and I like the lore.
Right, party time.
It's going up and down for these clowns. They can't agree on a story. How's everybody doing that's watching? Hope you're all having a good evening. Let's take off that folder before we forget. I'm gonna shine a light in this. I think that's my best. And
Feels right. You have a logic suit. You
actually, I
also-
like this one.
What does the pinball suit do again? Empathy and
and
hand-eye.
coordination.
Maybe not the best for this guy.
Good morning here. Y'all started streaming at 5:54 a.m.
Oh.
Oh damn.
Maybe you can do karaoke first.
I'm sure
wonder
that
when
would really
happens.
impress the Hardy Boys.
Hell yeah. Surely. No, it's not glowing yet.
No.
I wonder when you can do that.
It's gonna impress that guy though.
It's you again. What is it?
Gonna impress Balcony Boy with the very sad song. So I talked to Classier about the tape,
And
nothing. She stands by what she said.
that fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
He stares at his beer for 2 seconds intently, then turns to you.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
I know that. You pretty much laughed it off, Titus.
Fucking fuckity fucker. And what did she say then? That it's fine. People are supposed to be like that.
He shakes his head in disbelief. I mean, she didn't seem to mind it, at least. I think one of these.
I think
two.
none of these are wrong, technically.
No,
but
technically
yeah.
not.
So it's like,
I don't want to say this because he'll probably just get pissed.
yeah.
Like, really, really pissed. Because he's already seems possessive about.
He's already saying fuck a whole lot.
Yeah. Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Lieutenant looks at you, then at him.
Funny. No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Klasia a second chance to play along.
Mm-hmm.
She still didn't.
Getting that vibe too.
Alright.
Well,
All fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. That fucking...
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
her voice is a bit softer than earlier.
Okie dokie. This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth.
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
The first one is basically what you just said.
Yeah. And Reddick is advising me not to say too much, basically.
So, like, you could say, like,
Two things, I think.
one of these or two, and then
Well, I
wrap
have
it
to
up.
say this one, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Maybe one is enough.
I think one is enough. I don't think this is correct at all. I don't believe that
Yeah, I don't
she's
think that
stupid.
would help.
I also don't believe that she's super traumatized. She
Yeah.
seems genuinely interested in
Yeah.
that soldier, despite him being shitty.
Yeah.
And this is true as well, but I think this also is the same thing. I think he had a lie plan, but she didn't play along.
I ask for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
This tape was the last chance for her to do what was planned.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Oh no. He's definitely compromised too. It's his hubris. Sadly, not much to do about it now.
Fantastic. So now, you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
He despondently glances at his beer.
Yeah, guys, we should get a party going tonight.
Shanky, we're about to arrest you.
Why?
Maybe not then.
Theo's the real boss.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Well, be straight with me, Titus. What really happened?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
Yes?
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent. The man is slowing down. Looks like a bad blood sugar crash. He can't keep track of all the variables anymore. Who could? It's getting harder and harder to perform one's part in this sordid play. All it takes is a nudge.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!"
He throws his beer can down.
This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end of their wits.
That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
There is a silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks it's best not to.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
It seems pretty pathetic. It's
Yeah,
it's a last
I know.
attempt.
people are kind of not sure what they can do about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? What we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dock Workers Union.
Hello.
Deckard.
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 Deckard. Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, thank you. And welcome.
And welcome. So, now he's just kind of embarrassed because everyone's not saying anything.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
God has had enough! God has had enough as well.
He's open about it.
Yeah.
100 beers? Now we're talking. How can you hop over here, cafeteria manager?
Okay, Glenn.
The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they would be.
Oh, you fucking got it.
Shouldn't have pushed Titus on the tape, but that's a pretty good roll.
You're fine.
Yeah.
Convince
yeah.
Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
Good point. Deckard.
Keep forgetting to follow.
Aw.
Love your streams.
Good to know
thank
you've been lurking. Join the Lurkers Union with Shadow and Liam. So, let me just double check what's happening. The window might be closing, the more beers they get in him, the less cooperative. And then Rhetoric says, you can't convince Titus. He is too stubborn. Convince one of the other boys?
One of his boys will. Yeah.
No, that's it.
no.
Kate's ghost. One of the boys will falter.
Just remember, it's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside, in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind.
Alright, shivers.
And just pretend.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's
All
just a
right.
scene.
Okay then. Case closed. Look around. We're going home, Kim.
Huh?
Lieutenant raises his brow.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Ooh, these are all very nice and provocative. Not this one, but these ones would probably provoke them.
The top one as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These
Oh,
three
yeah.
are very provocative in a good way.
Yeah.
And especially if we're trying to convince one of these guys by saying it out loud, I think they would find these quite offensive. Because they don't like you, or because of some chick.
Bring that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
A wince. It's involuntary. It's cringing. Oh. I hope the officers don't think I'm cringe.
The man's fists under the table are balled. You can tell from his neck and shoulders. He means it.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
He scratches that bit over. They'll just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
Fat Angus! The fat man says with a wheeze.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a 38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
You got the hint?
Yeah. Usually, if without the hint, I would have looked at Kim first. But I think I'm just gonna turn to Angus and say, "Oh, what? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no fucking reason?"
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
He's having like a panic attack.
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him.
one more thing to the cops and I'll...
The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head. A loud slap.
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control.
Who the hell's Dennis? Shanky? Is Shanky
Shanky
Dennis?
is Dennis.
Okay.
The room falls quiet. So quiet, you can hear Angus wheeze.
If you haven't paid attention to the details, like, especially because there was a very early check on the second day that you missed, but Titus is protective of Fat Angus.
Okay.
Like, he's like, no, what you're doing is good work, and no,
I did notice that, but
powerful machine.
But I guess it's everyone else kind of sells him short.
And also, Shanky sucks ass.
Shanky does suck ass. I just assumed Shanky sucked ass.
Yeah.
Because no one else is really telling him off in the same way. So you're suggesting to me there might be a relationship between Titus and Angus.
Not just that, he's...
At least he stands up for him.
He isn't bullying the weakest one of the boys.
Yeah, that's true.
He is at least protective of the weakest of the boys.
Maybe he's protective of the entire gang. Because he also...
I think so.
I think so as well, because I think... he very, very much did not want to give away the woman's name that is part of their gang. Like, much more protectively than other people seem to. And in a way... Could you fill up my water as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Gotta stay hydrated.
In such a way that I assumed that, like, he had such a specific kind of protection with her that I assumed that she must be either... I thought she must be either dating him or his sister. Like...
But obviously,
least,
he
like,
also
a
don't want to
sibling-
give you more clues.
Of course not, but like, the way they were talking about her seemed like they saw her as a sister or something. Anyway, let's go.
Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
He's having an asthma attack.
Yeah.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time.
Jeez.
I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Oh. Well, you kind of said it.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
She walks up. She walks off without looking back. Ooh, this is a rough moment for everyone.
You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
I'm sorry I made you guys fight.
You won, basically.
Yeah. So, you didn't kill him. He was already dead.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death, the bullet in his head.
Another nod.
I just...
You're thinking about it.
Yeah, the first thing I thought when she said she was the female Hardy.
She turns
Give her
to
up.
him.
No, sorry. I told you to just give her up. I thought that was going to be the female Hardy because I thought that that's who Titus would be the most interested in protecting. But I just realized it could also mean Classier. And Classier had a hole in her wall.
Well,
which means that someone could have shot a hole in her wall. But I feel like unless my like perception was that bad, I should have noticed like a smoldering around the hole if it was actually a bullet hole. But I imagine that's a very good size for what it is. It's probably not a peak hole. It's probably a bullet hole. I thought.
Well,
but I'm thinking too far ahead because I don't know which woman they're talking about.
And also, you're about to be told.
Yeah.
Right away. I mean, I understand why you want to theorize.
Yeah.
You mention it, but here we go.
Why?
Because the girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
2 girls?
Girls plural. There's another girl. 2 of them. Take note of this.
2 of them?
They'll probably say more about her later.
It's got to be both of them then.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you know?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
The rat-faced man snickers.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
Hi, Isla. You
Hello.
just got here in time for them to start telling us everything they know. We broke them. We broke the Hardys. Except they're still kind of being vague about it. They're not using names.
Well,
Yeah.
you only asked one question right now.
Let's
Or
go.
very few.
Yeah.
You're about to find out.
This is
everything,
in
probably.
very much end game territory of the game.
That's okay with the fat man still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
I want to do a quest where we buy him an inhaler. What happened then?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
Yes, so the window adds up. And this is about 2 girls. Or multiple girls, because he said girls. One of them is Classier. But I kind of don't think...
Keep going.
Now I'm not sure about that peephole analogy. It's probably just the window. It's just the peephole, to me, would be about bullet-sized in my brain. But it can't be that it shot through the window and the peephole, because the bullet is in his head, unless he was standing outside or through the wall.
Then maybe they're not the same thing.
Yeah, maybe I'm just thinking too deep.
Because he just told you
It's through the window. Yeah. So he was either standing outside the window or inside the window, and the person who shot him was on the other side.
He means they'd been fucking.
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy?
Yeah. He's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
So who killed the Merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
Oh. And that's why she got so defensive when we were talking to her earlier. She was genuinely guilty. In a manner. Like, if they weren't together at that time, this accident or whatever wouldn't have happened. And if they weren't so drunk and drugged up, they may have noticed something. Like, she wasn't responsible for his death.
But she was there. She
was
knew
there.
something.
Okay. She was definitely there, and they definitely got together because she's here. Like, through... Not actually her fault at all, but, like, through her being here, he was killed. It seems like.
Well,
I want to say what I'm thinking first.
Well, yeah.
There's
do
a
it.
there's a third Merc
One
that we
one
haven't...
just leaves this conversation. Now
Yeah.
you can ask him a little bit more about it. May as well.
There's a third Merc that we haven't talked to yet, and I don't know if he's going to appear in this game at all. We know that one Merc is supposedly his the dead guy's friend and doesn't want to see his body. I still have a theory that one of the Mercs were the people that shot him, because the second Merc, the one that hasn't been seen yet in the game, we hear that he's spying on us, and because he's like he knows war and shit. I imagine he has a sniper rifle. or like he knows what he's doing with that kind of rifle that we found the bullet from. That's just my theory, that it's probably one of the mercs because they know how to use their guns. They might have access to these old military guns, like the ones that we confirmed the bullet is from, and they're probably always keeping an eye out on each other, so they would probably know where other people are. If I'm still quite hardcore about this communist idea that they could have found out that he was a communist or was idolizing communism in some way, or think is a communism, even if he's not. Even if he, for some reason, like, just felt bad for one of these, like, union guys at all. That's enough for a person right-leaning to assume you're a communist. And so, communism gets you shot in the head. He got shot in the head from far away from a rifle that is used by the military primarily. I feel like a merc did it. But that's just my guess from now. And one of the dudes is not seen yet, and it sounds like he's spying on us from afar as well. So possible sniper, or is able to do that. That's my running theory right now. Mm-hmm. And now I'm gonna ask him what he thinks. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them, either hers or his.
That kind of lines up with what I'm saying, if it's to do with his past. Did the Wild Pines lady refer to that last radio operator merc as a she? Can't recall. I don't think so. I think it said 3 big men, like, came into town.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I feel like I would remember if there was another woman involved. Because I'm very sure they made the 8th party a woman. They made Classier one of the, like, women that's around here. There's the woman driver that's, like, on pale. Or, like, pale-brained. And then there's Elizabeth, and of course a couple of people over the phone. But the women have been pretty prominent and re-mentioned. Like the main cast of women have been re-mentioned because I think them being women is actually one of the primary like identifiers in this game. So I don't think it's the merc. I don't think is a woman. They also make a huge point out of how freaking huge all the mercs are. It's not like women can't be huge, but in this game it seems like the men are the very, like... It's a very, like, masculine society.
Yeah, clearly.
Alright. Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
Do they believe that?
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
And you had ideas about his past too?
I do. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell.
What was this to think? I'm liking this train of thought a lot more. I just think this train of thought has been kind of not even hinted at, but implied can happen more than just someone from Classier's past, because we don't know anything about Classier's past. It wouldn't be possible for us to solve the murder that way. Like, assuming that we know she has enemies, because we don't know anything about it. We just talked to her for the first time, like 2 hours ago in-game. But we know that this dude comes from our bad past, so I'm assuming the bullet was meant for him.
Well, tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do if I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
Although maybe I'm selling Classier short, because she does seem like she's hiding. She's good at hiding stuff.
And, you know, maybe you can ask her about things.
I will.
After this. Because now you know a lot more.
I'm doing the clown dance too. I'm going up and down the stairs for the last, like, 2 hours in-game.
He's calm now, threw all that turmoil away, and became himself again.
If Classier didn't kill him, why the cover-up?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit are we talking about?
The can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
These people, who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
Isla said, I like the touch of the flashlight to turn his suspicion. Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
interrogation light.
That's all he knows. That's all she's told him.
So she is hiding something.
Yeah.
She does have a past of some. I mean,
No, this is. Hold on.
I think he means. Yeah, I know he said our girls.
Yeah.
But
so,
I think he means her
Plus,
upstairs. Yeah.
Okay.
Think about it.
Yeah.
She's rich. And she has money to stay at this hotel. We already talked about that last time.
Yeah, she's definitely.
There is a past.
I thought they were talking about the Hardy girl for a bit, but no, I get it now.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
Also, you were asking directly about her.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I came up with that. Whose idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers? No, it wouldn't have been hers.
In a manner of speaking.
No way. She didn't like seeing his body.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Who was the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it. For political reasons. It sent a good message.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker. The missing 8 party.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
Big ass steps towards you.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
I think this is true. You're gonna stonewall me if I ask you any more about her, aren't you?
Glad you understand that.
If I have to ask him questions in the future, whatever I said that wasn't that one, it's gonna give me a minus. Kim, we did it.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Sorry I had to make you guys fight.
Me too.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
He grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand, then thinks of something.
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large windows in their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She... Klausya came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection, but
you would still prefer if we didn't take her away.
that's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Lieutenant slides his notebook into the coat pocket. He turns to leave.
I like that.
That's interesting.
Because this
He's
whole
a little
time,
more empathetic than he makes himself out to
because this whole time you've been fighting against him, but
is actually
in reality,
one of the nicer people.
But in
this
reality,
situation.
in reality, the Hardy Boys are the law here.
Yeah,
and that was the whole point the whole time.
Not even like the law, but like the social like workers.
They
almost.
are the order.
Yeah, exactly.
And they clearly care about this place. It's already been implied that they do help people.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
But he put up a very like, you know, he put up a very like aggressive tone.
Yeah. You should look at the window.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light smooth as ice. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in
Nothing
closer.
new. I guess you can't do it.
I mean, maybe I'll try that other.
Looks like it, yes.
I think that's enough, probably, for that observation, though.
It's nice. They don't rule this place. They do their best to care for it.
Maybe they just kind of have to be that, like, shitty sometimes.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened.
I understand.
She puts her coffee mug on the table.
Just like that. No resistance. Her shoulders are slouched, her feet long and straight.
You don't look surprised. You were expecting this?
I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions.
I'm not listening to you.
No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying. Let the miss speak. She's tall and thin and tired. A twig trying so hard not to break.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into.
She looks at her feet. That's not a good enough reason.
You're right. There's more.
More.
You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again.
She's a communist.
A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the noonlight.
If the bullet was meant for her, she's a communist. She did dodge those questions about politics, or got really defensive about politics earlier. And the senses are all blinded by her beauty, so rhetoric can't smell her communism. It all makes sense now. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay into the horizon, golden grey into the noonlight.
May as well ask.
What lies beyond it?
The Pearl, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Oranje, the old, old world.
The RCM isn't the laptop of the moral intern. You don't have to worry.
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
He lights a cigarette. What's going on? What did you do?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Oh. Oh. There's a wince and a painful smile.
Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
Why did you call the cops if you're hiding?
Because I'm an idiot.
The answer comes fast. Fair enough. That's probably the reason most people call the cops.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
I don't think so. Why did you do it? No? Oh no, I believe that. Wait, no, I do believe they should, I do believe that was just her first reaction. I agree with the reaction speed. I'm not gonna disagree with you.
You have to understand, the people around here, No one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him.
It's the only thing he knows how to do. It's the only animation they made for him.
Her jaw is clenched. Her throat moves. It takes all her strength not to cave in and sob. Once. Just one time.
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then?
But then what about the wire cutting? How did she know about that? It must have been the other girl.
She did, of course.
Maybe Volition is just being a little bit paranoid here.
Yeah, someone's not right here.
And it can also be Volition. Volition has lost all faith in all the skills.
Yeah,
but it did also say that they are still capable to limited.
Yeah, I know. It's just that Drama is being too like I think Volition is being paranoid because Drama is being too like backing up of her. But
it's yourself to figure out.
I know. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure this out. Who else could have called and like because she even said that she cut the wires a little bit to make it sound like her voice was coming through, which does make sense because Garth said the wires were cut. So she didn't know that she did that damage to the phone until we said it.
And she is also the only person here that actually cares for the guy.
As far as we know. We don't know if the other woman cares for this guy.
We haven't been told from anyone else that they cared about him. At least there's that.
Thought bubble, if the bullet was intended for Palacio, she's been up the back ring every day in the open, unless it was maybe to intimidate her. I was also thinking that, but
she's been very shootable this whole time.
That's what I was thinking. She's been very shootable, but the counter argument to that is that there are police in town now. There are there's a lot more eyes on the situation now. So, and especially if it was the Coalition, which would be her biggest enemy, why would the police being in town would be completely off kilter to that. So it could if it was the Coalition and then the RCM is in town, then the Coalition definitely can't kill her. Well, they shouldn't try to kill her. So us being in town could be protecting her if it is the Coalition, because the Coalition can't just kill someone in front of their own police. Assuming they have trust in... But that, we still don't know why we were sent here. So maybe we were sent here because we are the worst police officer. And we were sent here.
Do know why you were sent here. You made that check.
Did I? What was the...
You succeeded it. And basically Kim said...
It was to fuck with him?
No. Kim said that thinks that there's more to you.
But there wasn't an answer. We don't know. Well, then we don't know why I was sent here.
I'm pretty sure you succeeded that check.
Yeah, but do we know why
I'm not going to say.
Huh?
I'm not going to say anything.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Ravishol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again.
Shadow said, you have a good track record, but you've gone off the deep end. Essentially, they were trying to take a gamble. Either you'd be a hilarious addition, or you'd succeed at making the precinct look good. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. You actually have a very big track record of being successful.
We know that from the first day.
Yeah.
From checking out card. We have been successful, but we're also a foil. So we were here to kind of fuck with Precinct 53, where Kim is from.
But you're also here because you're probably the most one of the best cops.
Well, it's
You had a car.
Shadow says that we were the best bet because we're either going to make fun of the other precinct, or we would show up the other. We have both good options. There was no losing in terms of their pissing game.
With a bigger company, the kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
Oh, your pay is so well.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
That's his notebook.
The job was Lou's County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
I'm sure there are people who have done much worse than that.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, too, not just C-suite.
She shakes her head at the thought. Isla says, imagine hounding someone across the known world because of an Excel spreadsheet.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
C-suite, yeah.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
Look down and then into your eyes.
She says it quickly, like she said it 100 times, to herself, to get used to the idea, out of guilt.
That's shake your head. Not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
She looks at you with pleading eyes. I have a feeling we have a similar strategy. I don't
1,
know.
3, and 4 are all very good.
Yeah.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
She's almost devoured the cigarette she's just lit and looks at it sadly. What happened here on the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
She points to the window. Tell me exactly what happened.
Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass.
He was shot in the back of the head? And it got lodged into his head?
Keep going.
I thought I put my hand through a bullet hole from his mouth.
I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
Patron's answers of the day.
Whatever the stat above Jesse's picture is 69. That's how many, yeah,
it's
that's
6 and 9.
How many health kits I have and how
Nice.
many morale
It's
healing
a
kits I
healing items, yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
we're just about to find out how this guy got shot in the head. Sort of. The chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together. And we'll also welcome to the stream, fan.
I knew he was dead. Before he fell down on top of me.
I had to read this again. Hold on. He was in a kneeling position. It just entered me. I was on my back looking at him. I guess they could have been facing the window.
I mean...
Oh, they were facing the... he was facing the window.
Oh, okay.
Because she heard the window behind her, so she was lying head head towards window.
Okay.
I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back at him. She breathes out. Moment silence. His eyes were looking through me. His mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I knew he was dead. So yeah, he was shot through the mouth. From this angle. Then what happened?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There.
She points through the window.
He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her side.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Your cigarette, miss.
Oh.
She looks at it and quickly tosses the butt aside. I'm sorry this happened to you.
So am I.
She immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
Isla said, ooh, only had his boots on. Rest of armor?
Well, the armor's very light, so it wouldn't be hard to put it back on him just to stage the hanging. I mean, we'll talk about it, of course. Good point, Isla. But I imagine that if they wanted this to look like the most, like, regular hanging, he wouldn't be naked but his boots. But it does make sense that his boots are the only thing left on him, because those were the hardest things to take off. He had started dying with his boots on, and they could have put the armor back on him a little bit later. So, I don't know what happens to, like, dead bodies and shit when they die, but I assume a lot of this, rotting probably started happening if the boots were on, and that's probably why they're the hardest piece to take off, and nobody's taken them off. Maybe. I mean, it's not like that other dude who stole the chest plate could have been lying about stealing the chest plate as well. Where could he have gotten the chest plate
Yeah,
from?
well, would he?
Yeah, how could he have gotten the chest plate from somewhere else?
Just...
Also, he seemed really, really sorry that he stole the chest plate. So...
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
Alice says, I guess it also meant he didn't have a helmet on. So that bullet lost speed real fast. I thought that if he had the helmet on, it would stop the bullet from out and, like, leaving his head.
I remember you theorizing that.
But the bullet was in his head, so whatever.
Yeah, you'd just been told he only had his shoes on when he got shot.
I don't claim to know how bullets work and how they interact with skulls. 11:30 to 12:15. Don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you looked pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Yeah. Apparently after the death, then.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset.
Fan says, what if he keeps his boots on because his feet were cold?
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
And you may ask yourself,
alright.
Have I have water?
Oh.
Well,
we will now.
Clear your heads. Thank you, Isla.
And you may say to yourself,
and a stretch. Alright, Mom.
My God.
Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Do a nice big stretch. We added one more. We added a new Channel Points, Comedy Points Redemption, audio, and it's a big cheer. It's a big hype cheer. Maybe not the best in-game moment to hype cheer, but we are solving the case. All of the sound files lined up after each other. Okay, thank you, Isla. Thank you, Eva. The hype is for the drink. And the stretch. Oh. Thank you, Fan, for the huge rip of bong. And the howdy. Yeah, we got gifts for... We got some kind of animation for every sound now. It should be. Alright. Johnny's in the bathroom, so... In fact, I might also just go to the bathroom. May as well take a little break. While we're testing out the new sound files. Yes, we'll take a quick break. I'll go to the bathroom after Johnny. Maybe eat a fruit? I think we should share a mandarin. Taking a little break?
Yeah. Nah, I'm not having last week. Because I still have one.
Okay.
I think. Yes. Oh. Oh shit! Oh, nearly Alright, so I stepped on the wire of my headset. It went out. So I'm just gonna plug that in. And I nearly dropped the headset on the ground. I'm fine. But it was very scary because I was about to really smash my headset onto the floor, and I quickly grabbed it. So let's just see if that works. Yeah. They're good. All good. Nothing to see here. Move along. Oh, I I see that while Jesse was saying maybe not the best time to do a big cheer, so you did a cheer anyway. Alright, good to know. Alright, I'll hear it next time maybe. When we have something to cheer about.
Maybe not when a man has just been described to have been shot through the head.
Yeah.
And his partner is getting...
Yeah, I heard that through the door.
And his partner's so worked up that she had to do a line of coke to talk to anyone else.
Woo!
Alright, I need some of this. Do you want some?
I want this. I'm good.
Okay.
Alright. Getting back into it?
Mm-hmm. Let's have a quick break. Alright. I didn't pause, but I think it's alright when you're in this. What did you do then?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up through the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little.
Alright.
Some pretty poor timing on the stream delay. But
in my head I was thinking, oh no, someone's gonna use the me catching my headset as a reason for the cheer, and there we are.
Yeah. All right.
It's
That's
the
all right.
same thoughts, fan.
Okay.
That's a good.
So yeah, Claudia just basically told us that she went downstairs immediately, and of course she didn't see the shooter, which makes sense because she's probably worried that she'll get shot next. So, nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and I crawled back up through the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little.
He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Nah, you're alright, man.
Yeah,
Don't worry about it. It's just funny.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Nah, that's not important. Say nothing.
She pulls on the cigarette, looking up at the sky. Her hair ripples in the breeze as she stands there, silent.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full.
Was it too loud for them to hear the gunshot?
Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Who's Ruby?
Ruby?
Mm-hmm.
Before we continue, who is Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
Of what? The mercenaries?
The leader? Of what?
Literally
The
just.
Hardy Boys.
Okay. Thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
We even said that. On that first day of interrogating the Hardy Boys, we said maybe the woman Hardy is the leader.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like that.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
From that moment, she already started thinking about making it look like a hanging. This Ruby must be very smart. Because all of the reason why we concluded, or in my playthrough, I was quick to jump to it being a hanging, is because they were quick enough to make it look like the blood was running downwards the whole time when he was dying. So, like, within the first hour, they started hanging him upright in the shower just to keep his, like, what would you call that? Post-mortal, symptoms looking the way they are.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
We're just saying everything Kim's about to say.
Yes.
We completely missed the tempering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Skilled fixer.
Oops.
Oops.
Oh, we failed.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood.
Yes?
You know what he does.
Thank you, Lesser. Welcome.
We are just about to find out what really happened to the dead body. Lesser says, "What is up, YouTube?" Yeah, that's what's up. We're about to find out what really happened to the dead body. She looks at the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet yours. Then what did you do?
Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times.
So they did put his armor back on.
It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
What did you do while they were hanging him?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby. Where is this Ruby now?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
Make Titus give a location. It's interesting that Ruby is more concerned with her, like, herself not being here than Classier, even though Classier is closer to the murder.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Unless Ruby's hiding also has to do with the drugs. Or she knew that Claudia was going to call the cops. Because otherwise, Ruby should be alright, like in the same way the rest of the Hardys are.
I also have a much more obvious thought
Okay.
for you to think about.
The drugs?
Just to step it back a few times. Why is she even helping her?
Well, I assumed because I assume because Ruby is one of the Hardy Boys, she has a similar line of reasoning to them, which is just they help people that seem to need help in this town. So they're kind of a vigilante or police within their own. Like, they help people in Martinez because they do everything in Martinez. They are the police. They are the social workers. They're everything. So the good intentions is one part of it. I also think that Ruby, being the only female member of the Hardys, probably just has a lot more empathy for Claudia in one way or another. So, or Claudia ran up to Ruby first because, you know, she imagines that Ruby will have the most empathy for her situation. Those are my two thoughts on it alone for now. That Ruby would be the easiest person for Claudia to talk to, and vice versa for the situation. That's just all I'm thinking about. I have no idea why Ruby specifically would have any other interest in Claudia.
Yeah.
Unless... because Claudia said that she's been here for a few... Like, she's known the Hardys since she's got here. So they already have a connection. It's also possible that Claudia has so many fucking drugs and so much money because Ruby is moving drugs with her. And the two of them are doing drug stuff together. Because we know Ruby is doing drug stuff. Well, we almost know that Ruby's doing drug stuff. A lot of the drug trafficking talk has been associated with Ruby. Claudia has a lot of drugs. And a special kind of amphetamine that you don't just get. And she hasn't been very clear about how she's got her drugs. She has a lot of money. How's she got that much money? For the place that asked for 20 real. So, a couple of things in chat. Lassa saying, coming at you with another customer grow 420.
Yeah.
Doing a bit of a YouTube bit. Alice says, if Ruby's a fixer, having a favor for someone like Claudia might be useful. Claudia sounds like a skilled spy. Okay, so you think it could be... So Isla's theory is more just they know that the other person is a good contact to make good favors for. That's a very business line of thinking that I don't think this situation necessarily calls upon. Especially because Claudia came here to hide from her last job as a spy. I feel like Claudia wouldn't be specifically up for trading in spy stuff right now. But I can see Claudia being someone who might be doing some kind of side gig to be earning this much money. Or she just has this much money from doing the spy stuff from before. We'll need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? Look into this later.
It's funny because we just said this as well.
I just said that.
No, I said that as well.
Yeah. But I mean,
I said, why is Ruby the one hiding? When it should be Claudia the one should be hiding.
Yeah.
The other, like, wild conclusion would be that Ruby is the one that shot him. I just gotta look at that timeline. They know my situation. I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. So she has a longer relationship with Ruby than any of the Hardy Boys. Oh! The other thing we know about Ruby is she's potentially queer. So she could just be in love with Claudia in the same way that our emotions all are.
Let's keep going.
There's three conclusions to me for why Ruby would go through more trouble than others and be the one in hiding. She could have been the one that killed him in the first place, although it doesn't really make sense because it sounds like she was downstairs at the moment that Elysium needed her. So she couldn't have really shot from up here without being seen. The second thing is that Ruby and Claudia just have a good relationship because they have known each other the longest out of all the Hardys and all the people that... She's probably the only person, or the Hardys and Ruby are the people that Claudia just trusts the most, and that's just very logical, just platonic kind of situation, or like even camaraderie situation. And then the third thing, which could be involved in both the other things, could be that Ruby is in love with Claudia. Which would not be too far for the stretch, because it was like implied that Ruby's truck has a lot of pictures of women. We've had another quite clearly gay character. And our thoughts and logic clearly go out of whack when we're around Claudia. So someone else, it's implied that Kim might also be very, like, soft on Claudia. So it's totally within the world of this, like, game's logic that even Ruby or, like, one of the Hardys... Yeah, I imagine all the Hardys are very, like, soft on her. Like,
it's already been
implied.
We already know that about Hardy.
It's like the only person in this whole conversation who knows about Claudia who's not soft on Claudia. No, the only two people that aren't soft on Claudia that we know about is Gart and Elizabeth. Those are like the only people who haven't like actively been like giving her the benefit of the doubt. So in every way, Ruby could have been like really like trying to just get on her best side as well for non-business reasons. Claudia took some time to compose herself, so your first theory could maybe work time-wise. So you're thinking... But I feel like if Ruby had killed the dude... I mean, it was a corpse that talked to us, but communism couldn't have killed him. Unless Ruby is a communist. Then communism could have killed him. The other thing is, Ruby would have to have done that, knowing that Claudia would come to look for her. So she would have had to specifically try to break Claudia's composure to make sure she would dawdle for a moment before she goes downstairs. The only thing Gart can be soft on is that bird and money.
What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot.
That's true. Good point, logic. That's the other thing. Seems like nobody else heard the gunshot. Which is wild, because it was an old-timey rifle.
It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Claudia.
Both good points. But I don't think Claudia killed her. Killed him, the guy. When it happened, did you hear a gunshot?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
That's fair enough. I wonder if silences exist here? Could the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
And?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone.
She looks at a cigarette.
So they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Either way, something to consider.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
Who the hell is Loose Cap? When did I say that? Oh, it's the people that fucking with her.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
And when was the window changed? Point to it.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called
They
Titus,
are brothers.
took care of it.
Yeah, Titus told you.
Like, Angus was his brother?
No, Angus and Titus's brother.
So they are from
Tibbs.
the same family?
Tibbs. He said that his brother Tibbs fixed the
I
window.
know that.
When you asked who
Angus
Tibbs
and
is.
Titus are brothers. That's why he's so soft on Angus. That's what I said earlier. I
Oh,
said
wait,
Titus.
it's Angus and Titus. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it.
I said Angus might be Titus's brother because
Okay,
he's the only
okay,
one
the
not
way-
making fun of
Okay,
him.
yeah. The way that I read that is Angus and Titus's brother. Like, that's how I read it. It wasn't that Angus is.
Oh, yeah.
That,
guess-
Like, I feel like that was a little bit too quick to conclude that.
Is it?
Yeah,
This is just English grammar. Like,
okay.
this could be
Well,
read
yeah, I
both
mean, I'm
ways.
not English, so...
This is just... this literally can be read both ways.
Sure.
This is why commas are important. This is why we should have Oxford commas.
Isla agrees with me, but, I mean... I'm
Technically
not...
correct? What do you mean?
But I'm not gonna say anything, because I don't want to debate that, because I don't know. But anyway, that's not how I read it, like, the way that you did. That's all I'm gonna say. Besides, Titus said that Tibbs was his brother, and I feel like that was the only interesting part there.
Johnny's read is technically correct, as in you know the answer, like the... As in you know the, like, law, or because the grammar is read that way? Yeah, Johnny's... Yeah, it needs a comma for Johnny's read to be correct, grammatically.
Okay. Yeah, like, whatever.
I'm pretty sure, like, as it's said, it kind of implies that these two are brothers. But it doesn't really matter. It'd just be law, I think.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
In her bedroom. Inside?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye.
I think we're done here for now.
She nods, silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands.
The lieutenant glances at you, and then at the door.
He's thinking, are we done here? Or should we arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody.
Schrodinger's grammar.
No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality.
I think I want to talk to Kim about this instead of my own head. But I am worried that if we leave her, she's just going to disappear the next time we come up here.
I think
This
the
guy
point
won't
is, it's
budge.
now.
You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
In God's name, wake up. Well, you can do that.
Yeah.
You can wake up. That might be a good place to start.
Manipulating your skill set. The love did him in. Lied about making the call? Question mark. Discuss secret route.
Well, do it.
This
Let's
is
find
a
out
lot
what
of
it
very
is.
strange things that I didn't think about piecing together.
Well, you don't know what this is yet. You haven't
Yeah, I know.
woken up yet.
I'm trying to think about it before clicking it, though. Secret route. Kim did say that the shoe size was similar to the odd soles. Could have been a different pair of shoes. So it's possible. Going on the Ruby is in love with Classier. What's her name? Classier's theory. She somehow got so jealous that she killed him. and was fucking spying on them or something weird like that. Let's go.
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps.
Okay. Drama's woken up.
She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
Now 2 of them are getting real paranoid about her.
Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first.
I was gonna say, that's a little bit of an overreaction, though. I mean,
And
without
now
knowing...
Volition is the one actually saying, wait, slow down.
Yeah, it's because, like... Okay, no, I get it. I see what's happening. It's just it's going a bit nuts because it's finally not rose-tinted anymore. But now it's going to be able to tell me the truth if she's lying or not.
Yes. Start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush.
You know me well.
See?
Sentinel Lieutenant Kim, why have we not arrested her yet?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
You know, I think you didn't make that call to the station. Oh. I did. She takes a step forward. What is this? I called your desk, or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8102 for emergencies.
There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
Alice says a good spy doesn't play her cards straight, I guess.
It checks out.
Anyone could have known the number, and someone coughed. It means nothing.
But I know the time of the call, too.
She breathes in.
I know I have not been 100% truthful with you, officers. But I am now.
Your real name is Inclasia Amandu.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Her voice cracks suddenly, like there's a garrote around her neck. Okay, what?
Okay, it's not.
Good, you can tell me the truth.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
She looks at her hands. Her fingernails are chipped white. Tell me your real name.
It's Katarzyna Elysium.
The smile on her face is timid, almost painfully so. What do you think, drama?
Could it mean Glasia is an alacronym for Katarzyna Elysium?
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
You can ask.
Wait. Clausier is an abbreviation of Katarzyna Elysium.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Clausia?
They're just like... My brain is like, oh, that's cool. I want to know. I don't care. Who gave it to you?
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago.
5 XP though.
Feel that name being hard to tell someone over the phone, right in my soul. What is this?
Finally, we meet Katarzyna Elysium.
She nods. Her round eyes meet yours. They seem moist from the wind on the roof.
Enough.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Devil woman.
That's such a weird
Yeah,
thing to
I
say.
don't know why.
What if I told you you're under arrest, Katarzyna Elysium?
But I haven't done anything. Anything illegal.
She backs up against the railing with a forced smile on her face.
She purposefully misrepresented information crucial to the case.
Oh, everyone's waking up!
Fucking mind games. Enough. That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in.
I'm gonna go with my brain, because I assume that Kim will be able to hold back and be good cop if necessary. Wag your finger next to your head. Okay. You're a suspect in a murder investigation. You're a flight risk. That is all the reason I need.
The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Oh! There he is. I almost am imagining that if we don't put her somewhere right now, she won't be here the next time we come up here. I have no idea though.
Please no.
Her eyes become round with fear. She tries to back further off.
Fragile, unshielded. Her voice is thin and tired.
I think I know who did it. I know who shot Leslie. You know it wasn't me. Why would I do it? I have no motive.
She knows something.
I just want to end the game right here.
Yeah.
What do you know? Who shot him?
She's silent for a second, as if looking into herself for certainty. Then, in a hushed voice, she says, gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
Oh, someone you know?
Ruby.
Oh! Oh! And how could she have killed him?
You said there was a secret route there, right?
That's a good point. I assumed the shot must have been from so far away because she says she couldn't see anyone.
She could have come up through there, then taken this shot. Right here, where I stand. It was too dark outside. I wouldn't have seen her.
Okay. This is really heading towards the secret lovers theory.
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone noticing. That is possible.
I gotta check his footprints again.
Interesting theory. Did she know that door exists? Had you been out there with her?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof when,
The young woman falls silent. Her mouth moves without a sound. What is it?
The peephole. My bed is right next to...
She's
She would have seen us.
She's forgotten her cigarette in the ashtray. I think this is heading towards that theory.
You mean to suggest she made it?
No. No. Why would she do that to herself? No. I just remembered you told me about it, and...
Okay. She's definitely in love with her. This is about herself. This is about her own feelings and feeling even more upset. Making herself feel so upset that she would kill him.
She's not really sure. It was right above the bed. She could have seen all sorts of things from there.
This is a little bit sad if this is true. Because I would love... I mean, there's a gay character in this story that isn't a murderer. But I would love if there was a gay character in this that wasn't a murderer. I would love if there were two gay characters in this that weren't murderers. I don't like that half of the confirmed gay characters, or, you know, in whatever, like, LGBT way characters, half of them are confirmed murderers. that would be pretty sad, but it's a very interesting story. Let's go.
Don't let your imagination run wild here, sire. Keep it on track.
Why do you think it was her?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boys downstairs. She's been pretty frank about what she wants.
What she's saying is... sex?
Sex.
And more. I made the mistake of confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
Sex.
Lila said, wasn't it a rifle bullet? That's real close for it to move so slow on it. It's not moving slow on impact.
It was in the head.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it was slow. It's just, we don't even know the physics of this world. This world is shaped like a crown. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
Like, I'm pretty sure...
But Isla, I think Isla's just saying... Like, reminding you that you know that the bullet came from a rifle.
Yeah.
So this
but like
theory...
a revolutionary time rifle. Like,
yeah, but this...
Over 50 years ago, right?
Okay, but remember that this theory right now is that... Okay, so she stepped into the balcony and shot through the roof with a rifle.
Yeah.
Straight into his head, and it's
Nobody
still
heard it except for her.
And that too.
And that. Yeah, I am sussing it, but I don't think the bullet not exiting the skull is my biggest, like, reason to not suss it. It's more just... I feel like within this universe, we don't, like, because they're mixing up our real-world timelines. It's like, in this world, they clearly are in, like, just post-disco era. They're in year 51, they're just post-disco, they're just post-war, so it kind of suggests our 1950s, but they still have stuff like semi-automatic rifles.
I just want to say, I do want to say real quick, if we do just like make the argument, yeah, but this is a different universe, so maybe rifles don't actually go through skulls at point blank. It's like, okay, but even World War II rifles did that.
Well, that's the thing.
Or World War I rifles, maybe even. Like, I see what you're trying to go at here, but I feel like maybe that's a stretch.
No, because they were talking... I'm only saying that because they were talking about how the police guns right now, like Kim's pocket, like pistol, is not using like a gunpowder, like little... Like, it's not using a rounded bullet, it's using a pellet. So clearly this universe doesn't produce guns the same way that our universe uses guns.
Yeah. But still,
I'm
it's
just saying, we don't know exactly how these bullets work. And we also, of course, yeah, it's like, okay.
Yeah, it's just, it's a very long theory to have for something. It's like, okay, so we just can't. You know,
for me, it's just, like, that probably is a good point, Isla, but the fact that he was shot in the head is more important to me than the fact that the bullet didn't come out the back of his head. Because I feel like, yeah, point-blank rifle should have a lot of power, but I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Like, in this universe, I feel like it's supposed to be, like, sort of our history, but also sort of our future, so I have no idea what it's supposed to really be like. The physics of the universe work slightly differently, but you're right. That is weird. That's why they made the hollow point bullets, to get stuck in people. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good thing that we'll consider into the, like, later logic of this. I just think it's more important that... I thought it was more important that he was shot in the head, but now I'm not really sure. Because the body keeps saying he was killed by communism. And I thought the connection was that meant he was a communist, because communists were shot in the head.
But he was shot in the head.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. I thought that was a more important connection than whether or not the bullet left his head. Just because, to me, this is an art game, and they wouldn't bring up an element so, like, specific, telling us that communists get shot in the head, and just not have that lead anywhere for our case where a guy has a bullet in his head. I thought that was an important element. And he keeps saying he's killed by communism, but that is a dead body talking, so we should take that part with a grain of salt. I made the mistake in combining her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting me. It became an unhealthy relationship.
When I started spending time with Lely, She told me to end it. Said there would be shit if I didn't. It was not a good meeting. We stopped talking after that, but...
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she is romantically interested in you?
Lieutenant sounds incredulous. He still has cuffs in his hand.
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive. She started developing notions about our relationship.
And you led her on?
Lieutenant narrows his eyes.
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her. We maybe kissed, nothing more.
I don't know why she would lie at this point. She's about to be arrested. So, sounds like she was fixated on you.
This is just an assumption.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. But she knew what had happened when I came downstairs.
I just want to point out what you just said as well, though. You said I don't know why she would be lying right now. She's about to be arrested. Wouldn't that be exactly why she would be lying? To avoid being arrested? Just to point out I don't understand exactly why you said that, because I felt like that was...
Because she said this so quickly and surely that I thought that this was her last-ditch attempt at not being arrested.
Well, hold that for just a moment. Isn't that, like, you know, she immediately starts bringing something up when there is a consequence.
Oh, Nick! Welcome to the stream. We're about to find out... We're getting a very, very, like, loop-de-loop version of the truth here from this woman. Should I forget this?
Right now?
Well, it doesn't really do anything for me right now.
Oh, right. I mean, I guess if there's a thought you want,
yeah,
and do it. And then click the thought you want.
I think this one would be cool.
Date of birth generator.
Just to find out who we are a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Do it. Right. Get back into it.
But yeah, you're right. She could also... She seems very cunning. She could have thought of this as the last-ditch effort 3 days in advance.
Or in 2 minutes in advance.
Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all. When we came up here, she was calm as a stone, too. She cleaned it all up like she had a plan.
This is a familiar theory. You had it too, remember? Could it be that Ruby was covering up after herself? The lynching?
I think it's gotta be one of the two of them. This is almost confirmed by the fact that Ruby is not here. Ruby, by the way, is the 8th Hardy Boy. The female Hardy Boy for Nick and anyone else who's just joined us. Or is Classier. These are the only two options at this point. There's no other person that has made themselves apparent enough in the involvement. And there's no other two people that the actual Hardy Boys would be interested enough in protecting. And to me, it feels like I thought it would be Ruby, because Ruby's the one that's missing. And I thought that Titus and the others probably care more about her than Clausier. So they would be the ones, I mean, she would be the one that they would spend the most effort protecting. Even their union boss sent a lawyer down for them. So, to me, it should be one of the Hardys that is the culprit, because everything leads to that. But this blonde is very cunning. She's basically made us have like 5 theories in a row now. This entire stream has just been her making us run around. Because every time we come to her, she's been able to like kind of put us off track. So it's possible that she's been playing 4D chess and she's just been 2 steps ahead of every kind of theory because she's been able to think that far ahead. So those are the only 2 options.
But at the same time, she has also been putting you on the track and not on the hardy lie. So it's like some of this must be real.
Yeah, of course.
But not all of it is real. Some of it might be theories, and some of it might be just facts. It's really hard to tell.
Yeah. But at this point, it's got to be one of the 2 of them. And there's so many things here that make it seem like it's Ruby. Like dust prints in the room behind. So it at least lines up that Ruby was probably in love there. That part is probably true, regardless of who killed her. Because if Ruby is in love with her, then she would have done so much to hide the evidence for her. But the fact that she's the one that's run away is very confusing to me. Because wouldn't she want to be the one who is most close still to Claudio to protect her? If Claudio was the killer? I don't think... Ruby seems too smart to just leave the rest of the gang, especially because a lot of the gang doesn't even seem to respect Angus, to help cover up Claudio. Which is why I keep thinking it must be Ruby, but let's see.
Anyway, let's keep going, because...
Yet again, you're coming up with this. The worst thing is, it may be true.
It may be true.
When Ruby said there would be shit happening if you didn't end your relationship with the deceased, was she threatening you?
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my life into a living hell. I've been threatened before, so I can tell when someone knows how to do it. And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line. I tried severing ties with her after that. I thought it had worked, but...
She looks through the window of her room.
Some of that fear is still with her. She exhales sharply. What are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
Okay. That's it for Ruby.
Okay. And what? Arrest the liar now. Why? She told us some pretty interesting things there.
Who?
Who are you?
That's not a quote. You can just say it.
I know, I'm just looking at the other options. Who?
Her. Stop letting her distract you.
The girl reading this. That's all good, but I think we should still take you in, just in case. Step a little closer.
Still? After all this, sir, please. It's a shitty world, and I know I'm shitty too. I know.
Her hands turn into a fist, slowly crushing the cigarette she's still holding.
But I don't deserve to be sent to the moral intern and ground into paste just because I disturbed the sanctity of accounting. That's some multinational...
She's gearing up for a last stand. This is it.
Well, you know, even Isla made that joke. That, you know, she found... She stole some Excel sheets and now she's going to die for it. That's what she's saying. But at the same time, we also know that she's done
that's
some
not,
horrible
yeah,
things.
that's not the part
that is,
where...
it is pulling it down a bit, because she did also acknowledge that she did push someone to suicide.
Yeah, well, what do you deserve then?
I don't know. To spend my days with smoke, drink, and dance, wallowing in shit. Just like everyone else.
What other options do I have?
You have those station calls, right? Where I have to show up at the station or I'll become a fugitive. You can write me one. You don't have to take me in right now. I promise I won't go out anymore at night. I'll be right here.
Can we chain her to, like, her bathroom or something?
I know you can do that. Just let me come in on my own. In 2 months, or maybe even 1 month. That's all I need.
I just don't trust anything you say. I just want to make sure you're going to be up here on the roof the next time I come up on the roof.
You do have the form.
He looks at your ledger.
That's it. I'm calling it. Kim is beyond compromise. Definitely, sire.
It's a hard call.
I just have this feeling that when I leave this room, she will despawn.
You may or may not be right. Kim, it just said it's true, you can do what she just suggested, and then Volition said he's compromised.
Yeah.
And even Drama, which have quote-unquote woken up.
Yeah, I just feel like
she's,
even if we just write her up like a ticket, basically, she's still gonna despawn as soon as I leave this room.
All you have is her word that she was
Yeah, I know. I don't think I don't believe her. Like, her story might be true, but I just don't want her to leave right after I leave. Because I think I just need her to be here. Or I would like her to be here. And it's not that I think that she's necessarily the person who did the murder. I just don't want her to leave. So, I've made my choice.
She looks at you in silence, her face filled with fear, lips parted.
Please give me an option.
Wait. If you arrest her, Kim will have to transport her. You'd be without your partner for the rest of the day. Shut up. He's making a decision, and it's his to make.
It is late. That is true, but it is late. The day is almost done anyway. But you might still want to talk to the Hardys about something, I imagine. No, you're done with the Hardys, technically.
Well, because she was about to send us... She was gonna, like...
You were about to ask the Hardys
about
where
Ruby. Yeah.
But you could even do that
decision.
tomorrow if you decide to do this.
Kim, arrest her before this drags out any longer. Let's write you a station call. You miss it. I can't help you anymore. I'll let you out of the hook. Don't make me regret this. This is hard because... The other thing is, will she actually be killed if I arrest her? Is the other thing. Because she makes it sound like her crimes against the Coalition means if we do take her to the police, she will be basically, like, sent to, like... Which is not great. I wish we could just keep her in our car, or keep her in her room. Because that's all I want. I just want to know where she's gonna be. Because I have a feeling, even if I write her a station call, she's just gonna despawn as soon as we leave this room. And that's really hard to... Because that's what I would want to do, in this case. But I know she's gonna despawn, and that's the issue. But she's gonna despawn either way, I guess.
Yeah, exactly, because if you arrest her, she's gone. If your theory is right, if you tell her, alright, stay here and be here at this place at this time, you also think that she's going to be gone.
I think she's going to be gone.
If that's the case, she's probably also going to be gone if you just say you're off the hook.
I think she's going to be gone almost every way, but I feel like the only reason why I would consider the arrest is because with the arrest, there's the logical reasoning that perhaps she will be at the station if I call the station from Kim's car the next day to talk to her. But I have a feeling this is going to be the last time we talk to her either way, in terms of gameplay. So, if that is the case, then I think I'm just going to go with writing her like a ticket, basically. Because I don't think I want her thinking that she got away with something either. So,
as soon... Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a call.
Yeah,
that might be a good call. But just before you were like, no, I'm arresting her, and then you click the button to get the options, and then you started.
That's because it's because I wanted to handcuff her. I didn't want to arrest her, as in I didn't want her character model to disappear.
Yeah,
that was the main thing.
Okay.
If her character model disappears, the only reason I would arrest her is because I'm assuming that maybe if I use Kim's car the next day, I can call the station and maybe talk to her. But I have a feeling that's not going to happen in this game, in this video game that someone's programmed and pre-written. It's not actually a D&D campaign where I can ask the DM, can I please call that person I just arrested? So what I think I'm going to do is just kind of let her off, because I think either way I won't be able to talk to her again after this. That's my logic. Because I also have to think of this sort of as a game, and what the game is going to do to me right here. This feels like the end of this conversation. So, let's write you a station call. If you miss it, I can't help you anymore.
I won't.
She takes the slip, shaking visibly. She collects herself. She said that she'll be on the roof. She said that she'll be here at night.
Yes, she said.
But I don't exactly trust her anymore.
This may have been a grave mistake, sire. Maybe, maybe not. Mercy is rarely a complete mistake.
I promise I will be right here all the time, nights too. I'll help you any way I can in this investigation, and I will be at Station 41 in 6 weeks. I promise.
I just don't know. I just don't know if I can trust her. So, I want to talk to that dude about Ruby, but I feel like I should just follow up on anything that I need to.
You should also look at the window again,
Yeah.
because it was implied now you can...
I'm just like, if as soon as I go into this room, she's not going to be here when I come out, so that's what I was thinking. So, let's change the subject for the time being.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
And Half-Light is pissed. I'll return to this later.
Yes.
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
I was right.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft plate.
Plate?
Head.
What is communism in this? I don't want to talk to her about this.
You do not know. A wind of needles. Airships flutter in the stratosphere.
You killed him. Look at Claudia.
No. Communism killed him. Remember? Love made it possible. You know this much.
It's reminding me that those words are important. That
Communism
means
killed him. Love did him in.
there are now only... The communist has to either be him, which was my first theory. But I don't think it is. Anymore. Or it's gotta be her or Ruby.
If you say two, it'll be real epic. Dramatic.
I'm gonna say the other thing first. How do I know all this then?
Who knows? It's getting cold out. You should go.
This pale shit is getting really, like, extra, like...
Inland Empire's interesting. Like
Inland
that, yeah.
Empire seems like our... Inland Empire and Shivers are very similar in the way that they know things that we shouldn't know because we aren't physically there. Inland Empire has a lot to do with, like, more, like, less tangible stuff, like time and emotion. And Shivers has a lot to do with physicality.
Yeah.
But for things that we are not there for. It's like, it almost implies that we've been also pale driving in some way, like that woman, and we can experience other timelines, or like we can experience other places.
The way I see it is, like you mentioned this before, Inland Empire is much more spiritual.
Yeah.
And Shivers is literally you feeling the
things
wind.
that are
You
happening 4 towns over.
Yeah, you are literally freezing when it's happening. You are feeling what is already there.
But
This
sometimes,
is not
it
physically
mentions.
there.
Sometimes it mentions like things like you can hear the rain from in Jamrock.
Yeah,
or like
it's
at
there.
Station 41.
Yeah, that's
this
what
is
I mean.
happening.
It's something that is physically there. You can feel it. You are cold.
Yeah.
This is the spiritual stuff.
But it's often things that are not happening right here.
Yeah.
Like Shivers doesn't describe rain hitting you right here often, or if it does, it's about like something deeper than just it being raining.
Yeah.
So it's very interesting. Turn to Clausier. Looks like love did him in after all.
She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold.
Interesting.
It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Oh, you think Inland Empire?
It's not corrupted.
It's not corrupted.
That is cool.
Say
Yeah.
nothing. Let her answer.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
Why?
Easier that way.
Was it real?
I don't know.
She looks down at the yard, then back at her coffee. Finish the
Alright. Look at that window.
I'm gonna look at that window. Interesting. I have a feeling that this is very close to the end of the game. Would you say we would finish it tonight or next time?
Not tonight.
Okay.
You haven't
Still
even
a-
looked at the church.
I know, but I'm just
Yeah.
like asking how, like, in terms of the
You
plot,
don't know
this
anything
feels...
about... Yeah, you still don't know anything about your gun. You haven't done the thing for Everett yet. You haven't talked to Everett after you've done the thing for him
Ooh, thank
either.
you for the bits, Eva.
Oh, thank you. Speaking of Everett and gun, Everett said that he had people looking for your gun.
That's true. That's
But if he is helping you or not, that is not clear. Anyway, you have a thing to do for him. What's going to happen after
This
that
window
is not clear.
is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp.
Let me get on my
things for
visual
that,
calculus hat.
And glasses. It's the square glasses. Like, not those, but the other, like, thinner ones. Yeah.
Was there something else? I wonder what would happen when you get up to this point in the game and you don't have very much volition.
Then you don't know. Then you're compromised.
I just wonder, like,
You
if
don't-
it's possible to kind of even... Because, like, throughout the whole game, your whole brain basically helps you the whole way through. This is the only time where you're kind of told outright that you shouldn't be listening to them straight up.
Also, if you have very low volition throughout this game, you might get a game over because you think of your ex-partner so hard you cry and die.
Yeah, I mean, any kind of, like, morale, like, damaging thing.
So, yeah.
So, I think it's kind of like the fact that your health is tied to your volition and your endurance means that nobody's gonna have a less than 2 to begin with, probably.
But let me just say it now. No, we will not finish this game tonight. Not at the pace we are playing.
No,
because
is
you
pristine
know
on
we
the
were
inside, unlike the one next
we
to
were
it.
you
Light
were
from the
thinking
desk
about
lamp
that for
reflects
30 minutes
off
on the
the
Yeah.
balcony.
glass
So
in
you know
an
we're not gonna
enhanced
finish tonight.
golden
that's fine. I'm just
halo.
wondering how far away. Like, I don't know if the game ends when you figure out the murder, or if the game lets you keep playing because then you can do the rest of the things in town.
And I cannot answer that question.
Okay, then let's just keep going.
Golden light melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are 2 neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
Hey, do you want to hear something cool?
Yeah.
Because you already know everything you know now. If you had maybe empathy, like really high empathy, whenever you were looking at the body, you can tell, or maybe visual calculus, some kind of skill, would tell you whenever you look in his eyes that you can tell that he was sexually aroused when he died.
Oh, that's very
And then you
interesting.
just have this fact, but you don't know what to do with it.
Yeah,
but you
it seems irrelevant.
yeah, but it helps you tie it when you start figuring this out. With,
So now we're back to earlier theories, because just like Isla said, our brain seems to think there is no way that a rifle could have shot through this window at point blank and not made a huge thing in the back wall as well.
Here we are. Now we're
Here we
actually looking at some facts.
Good catch, Isla. It looks like on this map they could have been from across the frickin' city.
Just keep going. It'll
Yeah.
point out everything for you.
Yeah.
And then it'll point it out in a cool way. So it gives you the facts as they come. Plus, time.
It's about time. Okay. Why does the time matter?
No, it's just, it will literally tell you everything. And then you can
Yeah,
look at
but
it
don't you
afterwards
want,
with
when
everything
you're playing
you
a
know.
detective game, don't you want to theorize about it while you're playing it?
Yes,
And
but
here's
you're
what
gonna
I'm thinking.
you're gonna be it's gonna be easier to theorize when you get the information.
Here's what I'm
actually.
thinking. I originally thought that it was going to be one of the dude's merc friends that killed him. Because I thought he was corrupt by communism. They shot him because he's a communist in their head. And Love did him in because he's here, and that gave them an easy shot to kill him. Now this is kind of going back towards, that would be according to this map, the most logical conclusion by where he was shot, because it must have been someone very skilled with a rifle to be able to shoot a man in the head from that far away, assuming they shot the right target.
Mm-hmm.
So, Merc is now high suspect because of this diagram. The second thing is, still, why would Ruby go into so much trouble but to hide something a Merc did? So maybe it's not a Merc. Still don't know. The entire Union, in fact. Once again, even Everett... What's his name?
Everett.
Yeah, Everett Clark sent his best lawyer to help defend them.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes them feel guilty, or at least...
On the topic of communism, you got some communists to meet tonight.
That's true, that might help me out.
But anyway.
Let's
Please.
get going.
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back. It's the night of March 4th and a shot has just been fired. The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth, a ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him.
Where does it come from?
From the roof outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
So this is according to the Ruby theory. Someone directly outside the window is position A. Inspect the ghostly figures.
The man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue outside?
There could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago.
So I'm, 80% sure the roof is where the shot was made from?
72%, with an antique weapon that fires military-grade ammunition. A Belmagrave rifle, for example. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot.
I also just... There's something... The other thing that's off about it being Ruby, that shot. Why would you shoot such a outdated big gun at someone you're possibly in love with as well? Like, within that close of a, range.
Mm-hmm.
Unless she's like a fucking sniper. Unless she knows exactly what she's doing. I don't think she would have shot directly at the woman that she loved. Like, with their heads so close together in this, demonstration. So, if it was a Merc or someone else, I don't think they would have cared if they also killed a woman in the process. They've killed children and women in other countries already. So I'm not entirely buying that it's Ruby, but this is implying it could have been someone on the roof. The wildest theory, ignoring the rifle stuff that Isla was talking about, the most wild, batshit, theory, I think, would be if Ruby was so jealous of Clazier, what's her name? Claire Clazier, that she decided to have sex with the mercenary to fuck with Claire. I can't remember her name. Clazier? And then Clazier got so upset and jealous that she killed the Merc. And she has the entire story ready because she was the one that did it, but in Ruby's place. And it looks so... And Ruby then would probably be still up for protecting her. And even maybe taking the bullet, as in pretending she was the one that killed him. Or kind of implying that she would run away. That is the next most logical. Even though it sounds pretty nuts. That's the next most logical theory, because Claudia has such a clear idea of what could have happened here, including the back door. She probably also has similar feet size to Ruby. That the steps could have been some kind of... another wild 4D chess game of her trying to be one step ahead of everyone, even knowing what she could blame Ruby for doing. And that would have been an easy answer for her to say if she knew that she was about to be arrested. Because she could almost pretend to be Ruby in every way in the situation. But it could have been her. I think that's actually the most logical theory, assuming that Isla's, like, idea of the rifle doesn't, like, play into it. Like, the rifle bullet not going through his head. I don't think... To me, that still sounds like something that could be up to chance, because I feel like even in real life, if you shoot someone in the head, you can't be sure if the bullet's going to come out the other end, just from bones. Nobody knows enough about bones to know if bullets will come out the other end. So, assuming with the gun stuff, don't worry about the gun stuff. If this is the most likely spot of shooting that visual calculus thinks, then I think Claudia shot from there. Ruby was having sex to fuck with them for some reason, because she's probably crazy as well. And that other dude was talking about whatever, but he just probably wants to have sex with anyone. That is my batshit theory that almost makes the most sense. That is assuming Claudia is that nuts, but she could be.
The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium. A well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness. Too busy with their own bodies.
Because all we're seeing is silhouettes. This could be any arrangement of people. Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could the shot have come from inside the room, a closer point?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, Detective.
And can I add, your theory you just gave yet right now would also render everything that we know void as well. Or everything that we've been told void as well.
Well, by Claudia.
Yeah.
By no one else.
Okay,
Everyone else's theories are... Everyone else's, like, points of view are fine. It's only Claudia that would be contradicted by this, and she's the only one that needs to be contradicted by that.
Well, I can't really debate with you because I know the game.
Yeah, I know that you know the game.
I know the game, so I all I can do is listen and not say anything to all your theories.
The only things that would contradict is everything Claudia's been told, because none of the Hardys were up here. The only other person that possibly was in this situation is not here either. She's run away. And the other guy's dead. There's only 3 people in this scenario. One of them was having sex, or 2 of them were having sex. One of them died, and the other one's shot.
Well, gotta find him.
I think Ruby... I don't know how crazy Ruby is, but Ruby could have run away to protect Claudia. If Claudia was the one that shot and killed. But yeah. Could there have been another point of origin further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for Boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the Islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
If it was from one of these spots, it had to be a merc. Is there a sniper's nest? I don't remember.
I think it's the
That's where the body was found.
Yeah.
But I'll have to go back there to really scope out the situation. Have a look at point B2, Land's End.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions. Let's say 3%. A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No. Too far-fetched.
Have a look at point B3, the islet.
1 kilometer away. An unlikely point of origin. Beyond the docks somewhere. On an islet in the Bay of Martinez, perhaps. There are islets there, badly charted as they may be. The shot would have been a small miracle. 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window. Between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
I just feel like someone should have heard something. The window was broken. Did anyone talk about a window being broken?
Well, we know that no one heard gunshot.
The gunshot. So it could have been far away.
And that alone, I mean, sure, you mentioned we don't know if there exists silencers in this world, but if there doesn't, that would make Prime A pretty unlikely, but it is the most highly.
Like, in terms of being able to shoot one person in the head, again, it has to have either been a mercenary, or there was someone this close. Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk. B double prime, Land's End, or B triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nests if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. It fits the hidden path through the whirling. A simple hypothesis.
It would be very interesting if my theory of Kazier being the one who shot at Ruby and the man was true. Simply because I don't think Kazier cares if Ruby accidentally gets hit as well. Or, like, I just think Ruby wouldn't shoot this closely at Kazier, but I don't know if Kazier would shoot at Ruby. Like, in the direction of. Not aiming at, of course. It would just be a very interesting theory, because she knows so much. Like, she has such a vivid, like, what's it called? She has such a graphic, like, explanation of what happened, that she was lying on her back, and the dude was shot through his mouth, through the window. That, like, if it didn't happen like that, it almost seems like she would have been the one through the window, doing the shooting and seeing the other person on the bed in the position she's describing she's in. It's just a very, like, I don't know, it's a very interesting, like, answer to this, if it were. But I still don't know. Fan says, a simple hypothesis. Kim, do you think anything about this case is simple? Oh, you're still here. kind of want to look at the footprints again, see if it says anything now. Somewhat surprised that she's still here. I was almost sure she would dip. And I'm not sure if she's gonna dip tomorrow.
I feel like it would be a little bit too video gamey if she had disappeared the second you had walked through a door and went back
You
out.
clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
She knows about this door now too, so...
Yeah, but still.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Maybe if you look at them again, maybe there's new
let's have
options.
a closer look.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Sole could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines. Shoe size is 41 to 42, maybe 43. It could be a large-footed woman or a small to average-footed man. This is, unfortunately, the worst, most vague shoe size there is. Of course, damn.
Nothing new.
Everything around you.
Well,
Okay.
when's the meeting?
I think it's any time after 10, was it? So...
You could talk to Hardy since you're here.
Yeah, I will.
You probably want to find out about Ruby as much as you can. Oh, and there's something else you want to do? You should do that right now.
Hold on.
If you can. It is.
Identify the secret passphrase.
Maybe you'll find out more information when you go.
Is it time?
It's time.
I bet
It
my
is time.
old co-workers will love this one.
Can I help you?
Maybe try to go up on the stage.
This feels right. You belong here. What if I just play the music? Where'd it go? This one.
What happens if you interact with it?
Yeah, that's what
Requires a
I
boombox. Oh, did you ever do that?
No.
Oh, do that then.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The
Maybe
reels
that's why you
attached to
can't
the
talk to him
apparatus
about
with
it.
a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader.
Time for a change of pace. Press play.
You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Keep your portal reel at a harmless distance and wait.
Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad. Within seconds you know, this is the one, the real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Claudia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Could I sing this for karaoke? I think I could sing this.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad to a whole new level with this. And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like 1,000,000 times. Yup, they're all here. All 3 verses.
In the encyclopedia.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
What?
Gart. You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant looks at you as you remove the tape from the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Interesting.
Now it's time. Now you've unlocked the guard conversation.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, I need to do some convincing. This is a very suggestive shirt.
Well, you can start the conversation and see what the check is before you plan for the check.
I have a
'cause
feeling
you're gonna
it's
have
gonna
put on
be-
clothes anyway for it.
I have a feeling it's gonna be suggestion.
Okay. You're gonna do a disco? Sing 24-hour Cinderella, Lesser says. No, Lesser, we're gonna sing the tiniest church in... What was the place?
Sussex.
San Sussex. No, not Sussex, that's the cover.
Huh?
The song on there's a Spotify playlist called Disco
The
Elysium.
original song?
No, that song is a cover song.
Oh.
Sussex is a real place in England.
I don't know.
It's a cover song. Because it's not called that in this game.
I think I need lots of purple. Where's my... Is there like an Inland Empire shirt? Maybe just drama.
Give it a go. Talk to him.
Oh, good.
Empathy.
Maybe empathy.
Put him on.
Yeah.
Talk to him. See what checks you need anyway.
That's not right. Was that the right one?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I help you?
God, I need to sing karaoke now.
No, you don't. It's not happening.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
Why do you even have the PA system if nobody's going to use it?
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
What happened in 44?
A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
What the fuck? When's the last time you had a band play here?
It's not for bands, it's for clients. Some clients, okay? Not you.
I'm a real client. I paid my bills and I have the right to sing karaoke machine.
Ha! Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got stolen.
That's alright, I have my own song with me. Give him the tape for the smallest church in St. Cien's.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated. He knows he's out of excuses.
Oh.
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
He shakes.
I'll plug it in for you. Damn this karaoke machine.
He shakes the tape at you.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. Oh yeah, time to do the damage.
So now you want to put on your karaoke singing skills, which is drama.
Drama,
It's
I
drama.
imagine.
It is all drama, baby. You want to put on that bow tie. You want to put on that... Wait,
It can't be. Is it drama or is it... Oh, it's gotta be drama. There's
It's
nothing
drama.
else. It's not Inland Empire?
No, it's drama. It's theater kid time, baby.
Yeah, I just assumed that
Put
you
on
had
that
to have
funny bow tie.
feeling.
Yeah, but it is drama. Just look at the karaoke. It'll give you a check. Oh, drama. Okay, do you want to look punk as fuck? Or do you want to look like an appropriating party dragon? I'm pretty sure it's drama. Let's just check on the machine.
Do I have any other drama?
No, I don't think so. You got pretty good drama right now. You got +4. That's minus. This is it?
I'll leave this one.
This is it?
Aesthetically, it looks very funny. Alright, Kim, check this out. Oh,
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet.
game as it's happening. The disco.
The disco.
You feel a little dizzy, a little unsteady suddenly.
No, keep it together, Saviofair.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Fuck.
Yes,
Let me know when I
Silk
should turn on
Dragon.
the karaoke carousel.
Bones. Oh, look, Kim, I'm gonna sing karaoke. Say it.
Yeah. Kim! Kim, look at me! I want to sing karaoke.
I can see that.
Lieutenant steps away from the stage, ready for your performance. Oh, he's like right in the middle. I bet these like other cops are gonna love this. Put your lips against the microphone. No, look around the room first.
The bar is full and buzzing with chatter. No one is paying you any attention. But still you feel your knees turn to noodles. Okay, now a couple is looking at you. Even worse.
Oh no. But what about Balcony Boy? I told him I would sing.
You're sweating.
Put your lips against the microphone to test it.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Hands.
Test,
Where do you
test,
put your
test.
hands?
Minus. Oh no. That was not good.
This is okay.
Here you go.
72. That's alright. We can still do it with 72.
You have to. Yeah, 92.
Let's go.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there. Down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
You did it.
Ancient reptilian brain.
It's
Sung
the
that?
whole lyrics.
Hmm?
It's just
Yeah,
the
I know.
whole lyrics.
I recognized its voice. It took over.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hands shake as
Yeah.
awareness of your body returns to you.
Thank you, ancient reptilian brain. Oh. There is now silence. Now in the deep where the voice came from.
It's not its voice. It's just.
Oh, it's just describing it.
Yeah.
So it's the other dude's voice.
No, there's no voice.
Yeah.
It's just silence. What do you mean?
It has receded. To return only in dreams and nightmares.
This guy really carried you.
Yeah, I'd say. Wow, where's the cheer remote now? Where's the... This is the time to use the hooting and hollering sounds.
There it is.
Oh, it's all coming!
Oh. It goes over.
Yeah, it goes over. Ah, thank you. Thank you, fan. Thank you, Eva.
What are you doing?
I'm just changing the lyrics. I'd like to dedicate this song to my partner, Kim Kitsuragi. That's gonna really piss off that other cop.
The lieutenant doesn't say anything, but gives you a quick smile before turning away.
Oh.
He's incapable of blushing, but if he weren't, he'd...
Oh. So
Friend.
cute.
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to unplug the microphone now.
Last words?
Oh, workers of
Yeah.
the world unite.
Evening will come. We will sow the white sail. Workers of the world unite.
Fuck yeah.
What did you think? I told you I would sing karaoke.
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe.
Oh shit.
About this robe I'm wearing.
Not bad at all. What brings you here?
About this
robe, I
robe
guess.
I'm wearing.
You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it.
I took it to blend in. I'm undercover, you see?
Blend in where? A carnival?
Well, I just sang karaoke though.
You can't talk to it about it, I guess.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Party time.
Yeah, maybe I get other clothes on now. Sure. I don't mind showing him my empathy folder now. Doesn't seem like he needs to hide very much. Well, he might need to hide.
Well, you are about to ask about his... person he works with. It might be a little bit different, but I mean, he is more on your side now. That is true. If it asks for skill check, you can probably change your clothes anyway.
Yeah. Just get it ready. So that the parts of the brain also say stuff. The way
Of course,
I want.
yeah.
It's you again. What is it?
He acknowledges you gruffly. Okay, I talked to Clausier. Now I need to talk to Ruby.
Why?
He leans back and regards you with curiosity. Because I'm gonna level. Oh, I'm gonna level with you. Choose the next link in the chain that leads me to Layla's killer.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
Throws a glance at Titus at the last syllable. As the last syllable leaves his lips. Big ass size.
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus.
That's
You'll
a
be
perfect
surprised
check.
at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Found the key in the union box. Saw the winch outside. Staged like a play. Reconstructed murder scene. Found antique rifle. Glacier gave a motive. Secret route found. Ruby is drug dealer. Ruby is a drug dealer established.
A sudden flash of
I got a
in
5.
your neocortex. The hostel cafeteria is lit by its airy blaze.
Got a +10.
Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion, all channeled into a single thought.
Why are you so sure Ruby didn't off him?
Because she was here, all night, with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 12:25 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Is there another person we can ask besides these guys?
Yeah, with us, drinking, near the stage there.
Close to the karaoke stage. That means if they were near the stage, that means the bartender would have seen them. She didn't go to the toilet.
No.
In the whole 45-minute window, she was with you the whole time.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop. And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes doesn't mean she magically got to the roof and shot him. I've been through this. It's not plausible.
He's been through it. That means he's suspected her too.
If he's being truthful about it, drama hasn't chimed in at all.
Well,
but like, if he's being
this is the
truthful
first
about
thing.
it, huh?
Well, it might when you click continue.
Yeah, it's just if she was really gone for 5 minutes, I also don't think she could have done everything.
Yeah.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Why would she have gone in? He said she didn't go into the kitchen.
Well, right now you're trying to place her on the roof just by, like, speculation, even. What makes the most sense? Whether it's true or not.
You do agree the shot came from the roof, right?
Why not?
You
You
can't.
can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper. It was close up.
So he agrees. And he has been around for a while. He has dealt with mercenaries before. I assume he has ruled out that another mercenary killed the mercenary. Well, I don't know if you had. That's a very strange thing for him to think. There's 72% chance that the bullet came from the roof.
72%. There's a percentage and all. Where'd you get it from? Your guys in the lab?
I analyzed it on the spot. Turns out I can do that.
No, you can't. I know what you did here on the weekend. People talk. And what they say doesn't sound like a science cop. You're a madman.
Okay.
To be honest,
Probably.
to be honest, those are some pretty funny numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't put her on the roof either. It's just mambo jumbo.
Did I
He
say to-
hasn't got shit.
Did I say to be funny? I meant to be fair.
Have you noticed there's a winch out back on the outer wall of the whirling?
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. You saying she reeled herself up by her collar. Like some kind of...
Can't come up with an analogy.
Kidding?
Let's go with that. Point is, it's just a rusty winch. It doesn't put her on the roof.
A skilled Sambo artist could have climbed the outer wall like a spider.
Garbage. It wasn't a Sambo artist call. I've been doing this for 10 years. Let me give you a lesson. Boys.
It's never a Sambo fighter, and it's never a bullet-bending sniper.
Or ghost. It's never a ghost either. Don't worry, we've got better than that.
There is a secret route in the kitchen that leads straight to the roof.
How?
He looks sincerely curious. Through what looks like an abandoned pinball workshop.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
The old man coughs.
Weird? How? You're wearing the pinball maker's coat.
Oh, no, you're right. No.
Might be
No
fun to
time.
know.
I
am curious.
They're all like drunk. I kind of like don't want to throw them off tangent, but whatever. What do you mean weird, Theo?
It was run by a fella called Nerflock something, who wore a yellow dust coat like the one you have on right now.
He squints at you.
Weird guy. Never liked him.
It is a very comfortable coat for such an oldie.
Okay, but
Oh, it's funny. He's the one putting us back on track.
there's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
From there, a door leads straight to the roof. You can just step outside.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
Oh, that's a pretty small window, though.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
He's not denying it.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
We have firmly established Ruby could have had access to the roof. Where the man was shot?
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established.
What about the footprints? We should tell him about the footprints.
But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that. And Ruby doesn't carry one.
There.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand. If not that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself. But what if you miss interesting information that way? The choice is ultimately yours.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Because maybe it isn't. Maybe it is.
Well, this is also a good point. I've already established Ruby's running drugs. She could have smuggled guns too. It sounds like he doesn't know everything about her. Even though he's protecting her, it doesn't sound like he knows everything. Because he's not denying that she could have gone up and down in 7 minutes.
But can I say... But he's saying that just because that is a possibility that exists, that doesn't mean enough.
I know.
I think what... Because reaction speed came in like that. That's really cool, actually. Consider if you are trying right now to place it on Ruby, or if you are just trying to get as much useful information as possible.
I know.
Because those might be two different routes.
The thing is, I know, like, Titus's reaction made me feel like he doesn't know Ruby as well as we thought he did, just because he was surprised that there was a back entrance. Whether or not Ruby actually used it is a separate matter.
Yeah.
But he didn't know there was a back entrance, and he didn't deny that she used it straight away, as if to protect her that much.
He's saying...
He's saying that he doesn't... None of them can actually account for her missing for those 10 minutes. And he's truthful about that, because he's not like...
And and he's acknowledging it's technically possible.
Yeah, exactly.
But he's also saying, but that isn't enough on its own.
No, I know it's not, but
So,
the fact that he reacted in such a way made it feel like he's not, like, totally...
Yeah. I mean, he's not against you.
Yeah.
And that's what I like about Titus when you get to know him in this game.
Also, Patty's online and talking to me on Messenger, and says that she loves the karaoke scene, and also loves Kim.
Oh, Kim is good.
Yes.
Kim is the best.
Okay. I've already established that Ruby's running drugs. She could have been smuggling guns too.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
All I'm saying is, from what I saw in her cabin, she'd have no trouble getting a gun.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roidheads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry one.
It is a very important thing to point out that she definitely didn't have a gun when she was down here, because these guys are very much denying it to the point where it seems like they're kind of telling the truth. She must have picked, if she did do this the way that we're trying to like hypothesize, she must have picked up the gun on the way up from this freaking like little shaft thing, and there's no gun there now.
He must be referenced in some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
I've analyzed the bullet that killed him. It was jacketed.
So...
The man shrugs and looks at you.
So it had to come from a breech-loading rifle. Military grade. Not even you militia monkeys have those.
He turns to us.
This goes against your everyone has a gun theory. If it was military grade, how'd Ruby get it?
I'm just being upfront with what I know.
Right. That's mighty forthcoming of you. So, let me extend you the same courtesy. She's connected to you know what.
Organized crime. Down in Jamrock, probably. He's not being too forthcoming. This is not a surprise.
So she may have access to semi-automatics, but that's a long fucking stretch of the imagination.
It's not a semi-automatic.
No. Because again, this is like an old gun. Most people would be more interested in the newer guns, I imagine. And by the organized crimes, she could be associated with the Skulls, because that's like the one gang that we kind of know from Jamrock.
But again, they don't carry. They wouldn't have military.
No, not military rifles. They would probably have guns.
Yeah. That's your best argument for it.
Yeah, show them the antique rifle. There are weapons like this just lying around in Martinez.
That looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
There's a cellar under the bookshelf. It was hidden there, with others just like it.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many. And there must be other caches too.
And some of them could have been not broken when they were taken. What?
That's basically what he's saying, yeah.
You wouldn't take the broken ones if you found that stash.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
That's a goddamn breech loader, too. Find one that works, and you got a military-grade weapon that shoots jacketed ammunition.
Shakes his head.
He sees it. This is coming together. He must. Time to really close the deal. Show them the bullet.
This is the bullet that did it. 4.46 millimeters. The Belle McGrave uses the same caliber.
The blonde man looks at the mushroomed Deathbringer in the evidence bag and says,
Yeah, the bitch is jacketed all right. 4 millimeter too.
Whoa.
Well, goddamn. It's not proof, but it's a possible murder weapon. Close to her. Too damn close.
Mm-hmm.
You have been thorough. I'll give you that.
So now we have to think about whether or not we want to... I mean, I've already been kind of courteous to him.
All you're trying to do is get him to tell you where she is.
Yeah.
And now you've made him say that. So if you move on, you might be able to get
now it's like, I don't know if I want to backstep here, because if I do, then he might actually then not give me more information. I know. Because at this point, he almost seems worried about their whole, like, their entire operation. Because if she has somehow messed it up, then he might not be so interested in protecting her in the same way. probably still stand up for her, but probably not if this is like...
The other ones don't seem
everything
to
else
help. You've already got
Yeah.
the argument now.
I didn't say I'd prove that she had the murder weapon. I just... No, just that we need to find her.
All right. Keep talking. I'm getting a bit curious about some things myself.
It does sound like he doesn't know her as much as we thought that he did.
Well, he also has good intentions.
Yeah, but like, well, or she's hiding things for him even, is what I mean.
T, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
He almost gets up from his seat.
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
That is also what I'm thinking. And this is also important.
I'll start from the top, I guess.
It's not why did she kill him, it's why did she organize the cover-up.
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
She could have just been covering up for herself, Titus.
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
I don't... It can't be Shanky, he's too dumb. And he's challenging me, so I'm gonna say, Eugene, let's assume you killed him.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Would you prefer to go on trial with your friends as part of a lynch mob, or alone for committing murder?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
The blonde man waves his beard around.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
When Claudia came downstairs, Ruby appeared to know that something was wrong.
Nah, man. That's just Ruby. She's got shit under control. That's her whole thing. That's why she's so good.
The man explains. I have a feeling like in 5 minutes, Theo's gonna chime in and say, I think she did it. Just because Theo's like the only one that like says anything useful, but only like once in a blue moon.
Plus, man, it's like female intuition, you know. Women talk to women. Which is sort of why we need someone on the team who they talk to.
Speaks at Titus. Or she killed him. Oh, no. Or she knew what happened because she killed him.
Not so useful.
Titus looks at Alain and then Eugene. We've unlocked this option.
Some of these might still be interesting to mention.
I don't think this one or this one is actually relevant, but Claudia told me some pretty interesting things about Ruby.
Yeah. Like what?
Apparently she had a thing for Claudia.
A thing? You mean?
Tilts his head to the side and falls silent.
Yeah, but they're both girls.
The fat man looks up from the table, oblivious.
Girls like girls too, Angus, sometimes. This is one of those times. She liked Glacier.
Oh, she probably learned it from a liberal. What Kim said.
Fuck you. First he says she's murdered him. Now she's a too? It's a lie.
What the hell's your problem? Maybe he's in love with her.
Come on, Glenn. She likes Monica's titties more than you do. Everyone knows which way the wind blows there.
The mess smiles.
I did. I knew it. That's why she didn't fuck me at Fatty's birthday party.
You sure?
She didn't fuck you, 'cause you're 40, and you still live with your mom, Dennis.
Light laughter sounds off in the room. Feels nervous. Classio said that she made advances on her, and she thwarted them.
Ruby then threatened her and told her to end her relationship with the deceased.
This is some sordid shit. It's also the kind of garbage our Miss Aronier puts out to cover her own ass.
She did tell us when we were close to arresting her.
Figures. But that Ruby is queer as cabaret, now that I start thinking about it. So there is some truth to it. And that's okay. Some are queerer than others. You can still be a hardy. But if you bring your own personal shit into our outfit...
Glances at Glenn. Oh,
Ally.
this dude's an ally. Titus ally.
And then, boss, use us to cover it up? I mean, that's just fucked up.
If it's true. But it's not. Right?
Titus, you have to see it. Things don't add up. We need to talk to her.
Silence. He looks around the room.
He's not stupid. He should be. I think he's starting to agree that something's going on.
The old man in the corner.
Oh, here it is.
Nods.
Oh,
He is the one that...
you said it would happen.
A very small nod, and a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip. This is the only option he cares for.
Yeah, I knew Theo would be on our side.
Yeah, I see it.
Opinion. He said option.
There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. Add it to your list of suspicions, if you want. I don't know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior, why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Still, my batshit theory still makes sense with all of this.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
When did she leave?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
What was she scared of?
I told you. You.
The RCM?
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
I have no idea why she'd be scared. I'm just a normal cop with regular thoughts in his head.
Sure. Normal.
He says without smiling.
You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Good at what you do.
She did buy my gun.
What?
I think she did buy my gun.
Why do you think that?
Because she knows me. She's a fan, perhaps, in a different way. I think she bought my gun to make me less dangerous, though. Not to like.
Okay, but think about this.
While I was
he said that she skipped town and left the moment you arrived.
Oh,
you didn't sell your
true.
gun straight away.
That's true.
So that would imply that your gun was in the pawn shop when she's already gone. So that doesn't necessarily make sense.
That means.
Anyway, just keep going.
That means Classier bought my gun.
She's pig?
What pig?
The lady that bought it
was scary, right?
Was scary.
Was she described as a pig?
I think she referred to herself as a pig. Yes, doesn't matter. I think that's what he said. I can't remember.
Oh, I can't remember either, but...
It was a lot. That was many days ago.
It was
anyway.
a while ago, but I feel like it has to be
But
one
it
of
was a
these
scary
two.
lady.
It was a scary lady, but... First of all, Roy is always blasted out of his mind. And I just know that... I just thought that because Claudio is, like, a spy and can clearly lie very well, I imagine she can also be scary and intimidating if she needs to be. But maybe I'm thinking about that the wrong way.
Anyway, keep going. Right now, we're not getting information about it, at least, so that's...
What else did Ruby tell you about me?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes, and that you won't stop.
She was clearly here long enough to experience me, unless she knows me from...
Or you know about you, because she
Yeah.
left as soon as you arrived.
Okay.
He just told you that. So she must have known about you before.
Before you arrived, yeah. Won't stop.
Until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jim. That you're a human can opener. That you play suspects against each other. Open them up. Like can. Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
The tattooed man shaked his head.
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it. Whack him. Or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day, Al. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Is that true, Kim? Am I a can opener?
You are insistent.
Anything else? Anything?
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught me.
But
she was too scared.
Oh, okay. Alright, I want to put a skill point in. Thinking about it.
So, again, my favorites are hand-eye, perception...
I already have way too much hand-eye.
Composure, interfacing. Those are really cool. Logic is cool. You have pretty good clothes for that right now.
I already have really good, like, a lot of the things you were saying.
Rhetoric can be good. You're about to meet with some communists, and you probably have to give them some convincing. I don't know this bit, by the way. I'm speculating right now. Maybe rhetoric is a good skill for that.
Convincing?
That they should let you in. That you should let them join them. That
Wouldn't that be
you're a fellow
suggestion?
comrade. No, that's like... I'm imagining this is about... These are the
You're
real...
using logic to
yes.
let you...
These are... No, you are using rhetoric. You're using debate and
Persuasion.
discussion. And persuasion, I guess. That... Because, you know... If you're trying to argue to the guy that he should give you your sandwich, that's a rhetoric thing. Because
If
it's
you
about
use
it.
facts and logic.
Yeah. Maybe that's what this is. I'm assuming.
Otherwise, it would be a suggestion. Which is just charming yourself.
Besides, I just got reminded, there's a rhetoric check that was really hard that you haven't tried, and it was the container. Asking the container to open itself. Remember that?
Yeah.
Maybe you want good stats for that.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the other options.
Hmm.
The other options, I think... Potentially visual calculus, because I know that I'm going to check out those bullet
It's
areas
a good skill.
soon.
It's a good skill.
Potentially conceptualization, just because...
It's a fun skill.
It's a good
and also
skill.
you have a wall.
And I actually think this is going to be important for the communism thing too, because you have to understand it as well.
Yeah.
It's understanding concepts you might not be familiar with.
Also, you have the wall.
Okay,
I would say conceptualization, just because it's honestly a really fun skill.
And I get
as well.
10 XP every time it chimes in anyway.
That too. You're gonna get
Right.
that.
Scared. You should be too. A strange fear creeps over you. A metallic taste in your mouth. Change the subject.
What is this? So this cop... So she knows not only about me being good at prying people's thoughts, out of their heads.
But she
and
was
putting
clearly
people
also scared of you.
for what seems to be very, like, I don't know. Not just because of the cop reasons, but maybe for personal reasons, or like something a little...
What'd you do? Anyway, let's change the subject.
Do you have any clues on where Ruby went?
She's not far. We know that much. She didn't take her lorry, so she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
I'm just gonna say right now, after we do this talk, I guess we'll locate the room.
I think you should.
Communists.
I think you should.
And I think
talk
that's
to
gonna be
Kuno.
okay.
And then
Kuno's gonna be in bed, right? 9. It's gonna be past 10. when
Kuno's
I'm
on
done here.
speed.
You don't think Kuno's gonna go to sleep at like 10?
I don't think Kuno goes to sleep at the time normal people do.
Okay. So after this, I'll talk to Kuno, and then the stream ends there. Then
You're not gonna do the room? I was just gonna.
we've been 3.5
It is
hours
late,
in.
yeah.
It's almost 1 a.m.
Okay, then do that.
I think after this conversation, we'll follow up on a small side quest.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
He gives a sharp look.
She's not really a hardy candidate anymore, is she?
The man stares at his beer.
She's not, Glenn.
Have you looked for her?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her, more precisely?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Who's doing this looking? They're all here.
You're all here. Who's out looking?
Lizzie needed some air.
So she didn't go tell Everett.
No one goes to tell Everard anything. He knows what he has to know. Fast.
It's called a radio, you believe. The gardener may have played you a game when she stormed out. She has her own plan.
Can you tell me where on the coast I should start looking?
Sure. There are some shit houses there. A cinder block town. Fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Colored hair.
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed. She looks like a Lowry man.
Do you know what she's doing with Uline frequencies?
The what now? I have no idea.
Looks around.
Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What? His voice is very quiet.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
That's not much, but it'll do.
It'll have to.
Puts his hand up. Shake it.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite.
Respect.
Okay. Respect.
Because yeah, you can either give Kuno some smokes and make so he'll talk with you again, and then you can maybe find out if he took the bugs. For the traps. For
the bugs.
For the
For
zoologist.
this guy.
Yeah.
The Australian.
Australian. You gotta help your fellow
I
mate.
gotta help my fellow true blue Australian man out. Okay.
Plus, you have not talked to Kuno much in this game.
Oh.
Because he won't let you, because he didn't.
You think you have a
tried to
pretty
hit
hot
him.
suspect right now, don't you? That Ruby of yours?
Yeah, and?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
What do you mean?
Anything strike you a bit off about this mishmash?
So far, nobody has mentioned hearing the shot.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
The footprints in the pinball workshop didn't fit the Odd Souls prints at the crime scene.
No, they didn't.
The bullet was jacketed. I'm just doing it in an order of what I find is the most suspicious.
Yeah, that's cool.
The bullet was jacketed. These don't just lie around everywhere, do they?
Good point. It is rather rare these days, but do continue.
It turned out the bullet was an antique.
True. Strange how you conducted the whole advanced ballistics analysis and then hand-waved it?
Well, the bullet didn't have to come from the roof. It could have come from anywhere on the coast.
Absolutely. It could have come from anywhere, but you're suddenly so certain it came from the roof behind the window.
I'm done thinking about this.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now, you know that. Free as a bird on that roof, lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad Ruby's in this shit and not me? Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Interesting. I still think the most funny backwards theory is... I mean, she's still there.
Yeah.
She's surprised me a little bit. I still think the most interesting backwards theory is that if she just said what happened, but as if it was Ruby instead of her, because they could have literally swapped places, and she could have had the exact same information that she had. I'm gonna smoke one right now. Use the most of it before I give it to him. I don't think I need to give him the full one. Oh yeah.
He's right there.
Yeah. And I don't think I don't need to give him a full one. I may as well have that stat up.
Come to make your offering to Kuno.
Oh shit, you can show him many things. Let's throw some tar, Kuno! Hold out the pack of cigarettes.
Put it away. The information here isn't worth it.
Back off, fuck eyes! Kuno is a man. Kuno can smoke if he wants.
Maybe we need his help. Who knows what he knows?
No, what we need is to get back to work. He doesn't know anything.
This is work. How about it, Kuno? This can be yours. Shake the pack of cigarettes at the boy.
Okay, Porkson. Tar keeps Kuno sharp. Helps Kuno think. Kuno likes that brain boost shit. We're cool now, but don't be pulling this shit on Kuno, or Kuno's gonna have to beat the shit out of you again.
Historical revisionism has taken place.
Well, you can talk to him now.
Yeah, I'll do that check in a bit.
You can also put on your empathy bit.
Yeah. You wouldn't know what happened to anything. You wouldn't happen to know anything about the missing locusts.
No, Kuno doesn't give a fuck about bugs.
So he knows locusts are bugs.
Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame!
Shut up, C.
Now they're gonna take you to lame prison!
Oh.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Now hold on. No one's lame here. Just tell me what happened.
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Lame. That rings some bells. Could this be connected to Night City, aka the City of Rage? Yeah, that's pretty lame. Sounds like art.
Kuno, is this about Rage City?
Oh god, Kuno, no! It's gonna happen now. They're gonna make you lame.
Stop it, C. No one's gonna make anyone lame. Kuno's got this under control.
There's definitely something going on here. You should check out Kuno's shack, the one with the pig's head.
Let me put on my empathy gear.
Kuno Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Oh, you already got the glasses. You got the jacket. Just there. There you go. That's it.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh yeah. Isn't there? Oh yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah, that's it. You're good.
+3. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't level up. No, I did. I put it
You
in
did.
conceptualization. Alright, let's go.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Fuck
That's
yeah.
a pretty good stat.
Kuno dominated you.
Yeah.
He's on
Oh my
your
God.
crime scene, bossing you around.
I can't
And
believe
he's
I
been
rolled
here
a
for some
4.
time too. This is where he hangs out. You have to get more out of him. He could be useful.
You know, City of Rage. Night City? What's going on there? I'm intrigued.
No!
The little shit behind the fence hacks like she's coughing up a furball.
You told him about it and now he knows your name!
The city's not fucking lame. You are lame. Kuno's tired of defending Rage City from... Just fuck off, alright?
Where's his hand in the air?
And fuck you too, putting Kuno on the spot like that. Kuno doesn't need to fucking explain his shit. Kuno's king. He rules here. Fuck did you want?
Explain himself? As if explaining some kind of work? Some kind of avant-garde work way ahead of its time?
I'm intrigued.
You must get to the bottom of this one of these days. Sadly, it's unlikely to happen today.
On the shack.
Yeah. Kuno, I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
Kuno uses Kuno pronouns. I phase shift through the roofing material.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
You can't do that, Kuno! He's trying to fuck at you again!
He uses Kuno pronouns.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit.
Says to himself, then turns to you.
How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
I found a plate covered with powder residue. Know anything about that?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
What's with the tuber magnesium, Kuno?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
Nick says, "Hey baby, what are your kunos?"
Kunos.
Kunouns.
It looks like you just pointed at the sun and asked what it was.
You could use some.
It's magnesium, right?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a bottle.
Yes, I take my vitamins every day as well.
Don't teach him, Kuno! He's gonna use it against you, Kuno!
Come on, it's just magnesium. Don't mystify it.
You're not getting this bit. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
He looks at you, eyes bulging.
Fuck you, pig! Don't do mag! You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die!
What's with the pig head?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Demo tape? Like some sort of musician?
Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer.
He ominously points at the shack. I've had enough of this.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
I have more questions about the crime scene.
Yeah, the kingdom of Kuno, The fuck do you want with it?
You actually don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno
That
doesn't
is-
give a shit.
I do think that is probably the thing he'll be least helpful with.
I want to discuss the body with you. Oh no, but he probably already
Probably
said
not
everything,
either.
yeah. Hey Kuno, you got any speed?
Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Kuno's a kingpin.
You're yanking my chain, aren't you, kid?
Don't be yanking your shit in front of the Kuno. Kuno's always serious, always rolling. Big kilo, but you ain't getting any. Get the fuck off.
Belying the act, he's actually telling the truth, or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it to you. You need to befriend him first.
Alright. Well,
Kuno
take a
doesn't
look.
fucking care.
Let me look at your little house then.
Shapeshift through the walls.
Alright. This is the last thing we do. Then we're gonna end the stream. We're gonna play more on Sunday. No, Sunday I've got to go talk to someone. There's crawling with locusts in here.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows. Like skyscrapers, spires of dirt and sand rising. Accommodations for their insectoid inhabitants.
Interesting. He builds sandcastles for them? That's very interesting.
You could level up empathy, do that check again.
Yeah, honestly, I might, because empathy is good, and I don't want to have to keep equipping the folder every time, even though I probably will.
Yeah.
I'm good with empathy. I think empathy is important. And for a 2 psyche build, 8 empathy is pretty powerful.
It's very powerful.
Well, detective, it appears you've solved the case.
Lieutenant looks around, writes something in his notebook, and turns to you.
Of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Yes, precisely what I was thinking.
Yes. I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
We should talk to Kuno about this and get him to stop.
I'll let you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Okay, I guess we will talk to Kuno, and then we'll end the stream.
Yeah.
Because at this point, we might as well wrap up this small part of the story. So, on Sunday, I'm going to be talking to Sa.
Oh yeah.
So, I don't know when that's over.
That's true.
But potentially stream. We'll let you know on Sunday. Follow our Discord.
Does Kuno care?
And Jesse's Twitter, of course.
I know you took the... Yeah, so follow Twitter or check out the Discord that's in the description under the video. I know you took the locust from the traps the cryptozoologist set up.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
He said slowly, meeting your gaze with sullen defiance.
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment washes over you.
You said you don't give a fuck about bugs, and then you went and built a whole bug town?
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
He says, enunciating every syllable.
Stop!
She wails from behind the fence and buries her face in her hands. Kuno S thinks Kuno is cringe.
Locusts coming down like a shadow. This must be the night city he mentioned when you asked him where he's been.
So, that in there is Night City.
Yeah, Locust City. City of rage. City of lights.
There's a tug of war over the name of his fantastical city. It's almost too big for his imagination. The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort.
What are you, some kind of artist now?
Maybe I am.
He says, looking you straight in the eye.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno, Kuno.
Hold on. Did I hear you right? You said I.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says whatever the fuck he wants. There are no rules here, pig.
He steps closer.
I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna. Kuno's free. Kuno's free to fucking die, bitch.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Nod. Making art is a worthy calling. I'm somewhat of an artist myself.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free.
He tears at the buttons of his shirt, trying to rip them open. They don't give way.
Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
I'll let in silence fill the art. I'm not going to say anything to that.
Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words.
Oh my god.
He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
What the fuck?
You got him. Now convince him to leave the cryptozoologist's traps alone.
Yeah, I need you to stop taking locusts from the trap. Locusts from the trap. The cryptozoologists are trying to find something very important. These locusts are bait.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
Turn towards the fence.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. Just long enough to make eye contact with Kuno. She doesn't know whether to be glad because Kuno is finally convinced of the lameness, or more worried because of his continued use of the first person singular. Kuno is Kuno.
I bet if you ask more things about this, you can get more conceptualization XP.
I have to ask, what does the city of Locust mean?
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck.
Turns his face up to the heavens.
Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
He says, finally lowering his gaze to meet yours. What's gonna happen to the locusts? Nod towards the shack.
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die.
Okay, now that that's settled, I better be off.
The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
The Insulidian Phasmid.
Hmm.
He mutters to himself.
He recognizes the name.
You know what the Insulidian Phasmid is?
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Interesting.
Oh.
Gotta do it.
You gotta do the empathy check, and you gotta do...
Read this.
Maybe you should stop obsessing about your own and other people's sexuality. Feels like it's about time to do that. You thought about this for 8 hours? Not only should you stop, you should tell Kim you've stopped obsessing about other people's sexuality too. I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Unless you already got him killed because you were obsessing about your sexuality. There's no way of telling from within your brain. But for your own sake, please say you didn't.
This is the most fun. This is the
Stop
most fun.
obsessing about sexuality.
So you have to tell Kim.
I will tell him in a bit.
After your empathy check.
I gotta check this kid out.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Surely.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Oh, just. Interesting, how?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Act on it. Try to separate them. Kuno. Psst.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's like
Oh,
whispering
they even animated
animation.
it. Oh, that's so good.
He whispers back. I think some of the animations are new.
Yeah, I think that's true.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about.
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
Turns back down to you and Alka's down.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
What's up with her? She's terrifying. Crazy, scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him. Kuno, I'm fucking warning you. You're gonna get us into shit.
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
It's very funny voice acting. I'm sure this... Was this voice acted before?
Yeah. I mean, most of it.
Okay. Because he had a different voice before.
He
so I'm
did.
interested in how...
Very aggressive voice.
Yeah.
This one's still pretty spot on.
I'm just interested in how that other voice would have whispered.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
What is this kid?
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
I can't tell how old the other kid is supposed to be either, because she's like over the fence. You never see her like whole proportions.
He's meant everything he said before, but right now, he not only means it, he is sincere.
Or she has at least convinced him that she's killed someone. Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him.
Pokes you on the gut.
She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay, how many cops has she killed then?
Forget Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
He feels the eyes on the back of his head and stops.
A cop would be too large for her to overpower, but a determined child of her size can still kill the vulnerable, the elderly, the homeless, or other children.
This is really weird. I didn't think this would get, like, this deep. I hope there won't be too much time spent on this, though.
Nah.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
You know, do you think it's possible that she's killed other children?
Kuno falls silent. He does not look at you when he replies.
Kuno, that's it. That's what Kuno is starting to think, yeah.
You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno. Told you this already.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
Okay. You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
And he doesn't even want to think about it. This isn't just another boast.
What's the language she uses? Nakamyapi Piagari.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Sounds boreal, like something from the tundra and tiger-covered Cutler, Isola. Far, far away from here. As far as possible, really.
That's not one of the words from here. This is
So
me
one
asking
song
my
called-
brain.
yeah.
Do they have red-haired people there?
You mean evil little red-haired people like her? Yes, they do. The Suruese have that ginger gene.
Who knows? Could she be Sudanese?
Sudanese? Like that man from Shelmdall shit? She could be. She could be that Shelmdall shit.
Revelshot does have a small Suruese community. Or she climbed into a yakberry crate and was shipped over accidentally.
Well, I don't think this is true anymore.
You can still find out some information from it.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray.
Yeah, she was just there.
Points to the apartment building behind the fence. What does that mean? You live there too?
What was that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck, looking at the building.
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Kuno flinches and lowers his voice even more. The hallway there, with the janitor's closet?
Yeah, that's the place. She was just balled up near the closet, psycho style.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there. Or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
What's in himself? So his dad lives at the apartment somewhere. How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
Just through the gap in his teeth. I mean, I believe this, but I don't think he does. Okay, kid.
No, it's not okay. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her. Sneak up on you later and fuck you up. You understand?
The boy looks you in the eye. Black pupils try to focus.
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
Understood, Kuno.
Alright, now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts no longer whispering.
Don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit.
Turns his back to you.
Remember when you tried to get Kuno to hook you up? We can get on that now. If you run a little errand for the Kuno, me and you, Kuno's gonna hook you up with illegal narcotics.
Oh, there you go.
That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
Okay. He concludes, spreading his hands like a baker, presenting a selection of freshly baked pastries.
So ask what that errand is.
What?
Number 4. What he wants you to do, but then leave that.
What
for
was
next
that
time.
about running you an errand and illegal narcotics, Kuno?
Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on.
Oh! Okay. His eyes bulge, their veins reach out like trees' branches.
Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's gotta throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids.
Oh my god.
Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
What the hell? Who is your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
What the fuck?
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition? You know how you'd be best off here? With a gun. You'd be the star of the show if you only had a word.
We're gonna shoot his dad? What are you talking about? Hand-eye coordination just wants to shoot his dad. How much material are you talking about?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's half a gram, sir.
Half a gram?
Yeah, half a G. Want it or not?
That's not very much material at all.
Fuck you talking about half a G? This shit is giant grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
I've made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's gonna happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
Two is funny.
3 is funny.
3 is funny.
And 4 is funny, because it's the exact same thing, but it's a lie.
Lie, you need speed.
That's so funny.
You can always say you do it and just not do it.
Yeah, the thing
That's
is...
the thing. Then you have the option.
I'm not gonna shoot a man. I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol.
Sure, whatever. If you survive, make sure to bring that shit back to Kuno. Kuno's almost out. You wouldn't like the Kuno when he's out. Just get in the apartment building. Kuno knows you already fucked your way in. Kuno knows everything.
He aggressively points at his eyes.
Go to room 12, first floor, and kick down the door. Police violence style. Kuno style. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckheads. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
Kilo? He said gram, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
I'm gonna kill Kuno's dad. Come on, Kim. Obviously, I'm not gonna take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Okay, then.
Concedes. Alright, I'm off.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Right.
Interesting.
Talk with Kim before we end.
Okay.
It's very short.
Take down Kuno's dad. Optional.
Yes?
Big news, Kim. Tell Kim about how you are no longer obsessed over your sexuality.
Alright.
Okay.
I have managed to stop obsessing about my sexuality.
Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it right now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just one more thing, though.
Just one more thing, then.
What?
Are you part of the homosexual underground?
You didn't stop at all, did you? You are just obsessing about other people's sexuality now.
This is a success?
It's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but...
But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mine project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
Oh.
That's the truth.
I love that interaction. It's so funny. So that's my favorite thought of the game. It's just 8 hours of you wasting your time.
Yeah. Okay.
And they make such a good joke out of it.
I think it's time for a save.
Mm-hmm.
So Kim is a also confirmed gay character in the game.
Yes.
Alright, good.
And you didn't even have to spend 20 hours figuring that out.
Yeah. How pleasant.
Alright.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. That was a...
Well, Sophie, of all the moments I could join on the stream, I join in on that moment. Good.
Yeah.
It's funny.
So I guess that means that there are 3 confirmed gay characters in this game, and one of them might be a murderer.
So far.
Gay hype. Thank you, Lessa.
Oh, yeah.
That was good. That was like a very... I feel like we got probably the most information in one go ever in that one. In that stream.
Well, yeah, you basically figure out
Well,
what happened
we
with the
basically
body.
narrowed it down to like basically 3 options. And one of them is highly unlikely. It's like, Clausia did it, Ruby did it, or probably a Merc did it, but that's very unlikely because it's like from a vantage point.
¿Quieres?
Oh, thank you for the...
For the weed, yeah.
So it's like, the Merc is unlikely because it's such a bar point to shoot from. But, well, I'm just assuming it's a Merc because they're probably the only person that can operate a rifle that specifically and hit their target, or a target. At all. Hit the window, even. So I'm just assuming it's someone with that kind of, like, military knowledge. So, and that's the least likely option. The more likely options is one of the women. Just because the way the Hardy Boys acted throughout this whole thing made it seem like they seem to not, like, what's it called? They don't deny that it could be Ruby. But Clausier's been, like, fucking with us this whole time, so much so that I wouldn't be surprised if she 4D chess played herself so many steps ahead of everyone that even the Hardys wouldn't know exactly which position she was in. Like, just
so,
because
like,
she's...
literally that everything she has said about herself is a lie.
Well, no, because everything she said happened, but with her being in Ruby's spot and Ruby being in her spot.
What about motive? What would her motive be?
Well, my like understanding of it, like assuming that Ruby is, for some reason, having sex with, what's his name? Laylee?
Was that ever implied?
The Mer.
Was that ever implied that she
No.
does that? That's your theory, right?
This is my theory.
Your theory is that Ruby had sex with Laylee and...
Because
and
Ruby
then-
is jealous of... Ruby is jealous of Clausier and probably... And
then Clausier killed Laylee and then...
Because
they-
Clausier is in love with the Merc.
And then they pretended that it went... That...
You're saying this as if this is there's no way
No,
this is
I'm
it.
just trying to understand because we do know that Ruby made up the plan and that Clausier asked for help from Ruby and Titus.
Yeah, but we already know that Clausier can do things, well, could do things very, like, what's it called? Abruptly? So it could be that Clausier found Ruby and Titus, Ruby and, Merc murdered, sleeping together, killed, the Merc to frame Ruby, because she doesn't really want Ruby in her life. Or not to frame Ruby specifically, but just kind of because things were going all backwards for her. And Ruby still very much is in love with Claudier, so Ruby would help her, hide from all of this. And knowing that she is probably actually the most likely suspect, she went into hiding. Whereas Clausier would have intimate knowledge of all of this happening without being the actual one. Like, she knows... I'm not saying that she knows about the back passage, but if she did, then she could have made a lot of that stuff up. Are you understanding?
I don't understand how this works. No. But also, I can't debate with you. I can't discuss this with you.
Yeah, but the way that you're acting makes it sound like it's probably not.
It's honestly because I have no idea what you're saying. So what we've been told was that, from Titus, we were told that, what's her name?
Ruby?
No, what's her
Clausier.
name? Clausier came down on speed, scared and frightened, and asked for help. And then Ruby made up a plan on how to change it so it seems like this body was hanged and killed by them.
It doesn't actually matter if Ruby
Titus
was
helped.
upstairs.
So
to me, it doesn't actually matter if Ruby was upstairs.
Yes.
I'm just saying that Clausier could have been the one outside the window shooting in.
Okay.
But that contradicts with the fact that you say that this man was having sex when he died, because in your playthrough, this man,
yeah, okay,
his
and
eyeballs
I did tell you that
out of context of mine.
because you were told that she was having sex with him, and we were even doing the visual calculus.
Well, I was only told by the person that I'm now making a theory of suspecting. So if I'm suspecting the person who's given me the information, I can take all that information with a grain of salt.
What you are told from the visual calculus is what you know has happened there. So you were told that this man was, well, sitting in the position that you were told that he was having sex with a person on the bed who was also lying there. So I only told you that because you were in that position where now you are visually calculating that this has happened. Every time you do those visual calculus, you are detecting the facts of the scene.
It's 100% true.
Yeah, it's always been like that so far. When you were doing the footprints, you calculate that there were 8 sets of footprints here, and you can
because that
detect
has
which
hard
one's
evidence,
which.
but there's no hard evidence of 2 people being on the bed, just of the person being killed.
Okay, but
like that's working off what Clausier told us, isn't it?
Yeah, but every time you do those like visual calculus scenes, what you see are just like hardcore facts, but exactly the motive and why it happened and all that stuff, that's still
It's just
because
like
figure out.
I think it's different to look at footprints where you can literally measure them and say that's a size 41 shoe. And just taking somebody's word for 2 people being on a bed that she's also slept on for a whole week after it's happened, the bed would have changed. There's no hard evidence of 2 people being on a bed.
But anyway, from the scene you were told that 2 people have had sex in this position, and then from how I understood your theory, this is why I got really confused from it. It made it sound like you said that Ruby was having sex with...
I was saying that.
Yeah, with Lily, and then Clausier shot him.
Yeah.
And then Ruby acts as if she wasn't even present there downstairs when she comes down
at that point,
and asks for help.
At that point, I hadn't even talked to Titus about Ruby. At that point, I didn't even have a second person tell me that Ruby was downstairs.
So what is your theory? If not that. That's why I'm super confused.
Well, my theory before I talked to Titus, and I believe Titus, so I don't think it was Ruby anymore. Well, no, I don't suspect Ruby in the same way anymore. And I also don't suspect Clausier in the same way anymore, because what happened is, if they can all vouch for Ruby being around them most of the night, then Ruby was obviously not having sex with the man. But before I found out that Ruby was with them the whole night, something I didn't even know. I didn't even know how long, when she skipped town or when she was here, except for by Clausier's own account, which is that Ruby was the first one to come and help her. And that would be the first thing you would say if you're trying to specifically pin it on someone else. If you, for some reason, killed the person that you were interested in a fit of passionate rage, like a jealous lover might, then I saw there being logic of Ruby, like, basically helping Clausier cover up, because Ruby does actually like Clausier, and Clausier being distressed and having a panic, like, attack anyway, because she just shot the guy that she was actually interested in, and then still coming down and talking to Titus and the boys, and still Ruby having the biggest plan because Ruby probably has like a good idea of how to do this anyway. There's parts of that story that I totally believed, and there's parts of that story that I don't think necessarily adds up. Still,
yeah, because there still
Because
was
now that
no
Titus-
Hertz gunshot.
Yeah.
The most obvious thing we were reminded
Yeah.
of when we left the building, and Volition told to us. And
That's
it would
the other
also,
thing.
and that would still imply that Kalisha would have access to a
silenced weapon.
a silenced bolt action
yeah.
rifle of military grade using ancient bullets while she is
That is the most
hiding?
like counter. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is the
and
well,
this whole time
the silence part kind of works with the hiding part.
Yeah,
because look, what we found out is Ruby has access to this stuff. Whether or not it's silenced is completely out of the question. Ruby has access to these guns. Ruby knows and wants to protect Clausier from whatever. Ruby could have armed Clausier. That's not an issue at all. To me. Because she's on the run. Ruby seems to want to do anything for Clausier.
Although we now also know from talking to Titus that the kind of guns that Ruby may have access to
shouldn't be this.
Are not these kind of guns.
I
and
think we
even
really
then,
need to
and
talk.
even then, Titus have never seen her have a gun.
That's true.
That doesn't mean that she doesn't.
And I
have
still,
one.
at this point, I kind of believe the Hardy Boys more than anyone else because they've got nothing else to hide, especially if they think that Ruby could be kind of selling them out.
I would
then
say
they
you-
have no reason to protect her anymore. Well, not in the same way.
But also, what I've noticed that you, when you were theorizing, and you started coming up with the theory about the Mercs having killed
Yeah.
the.
I still
the
think that's
deceased guy.
possible.
Okay, yeah. That's like all I was gonna say was you made this whole theory based on the fact that they have military training, yes,
Yeah.
and access to some kind of gun.
Yeah.
No proof of they have access to a bolt action rifle, but they have military.
They would be the only
probably
one. I think
close
they
to
would be
military
the
grade.
only Intergrews
But-
characters
yes,
that could
but
fire
the
one
point
of
is,
those.
But the point is, you started this whole theory because you were so fixated on communism did him in.
Yeah. Well, no, communism killed him.
No, sorry, communism killed him.
Yeah.
So, with that, I'm just going to say, with this other theory, which I had a really hard time figuring out the ins and outs of, where does that tie in there?
Well, for the longest time, I thought that this Merc was killed for being a communist. Whether or not he actually is a communist, I think that depends on who killed him that assumes is a communist. That was this is like my 50%
Okay.
sure reasoning. Because I think this game is too clever to introduce such a potent idea that all the communists were shot in the head after. It could be a coincidence, but all the communists were shot in the head after the revolution, and they made it such a big point of pointing out that, and it could have been a coincidence that I discovered the bullet in the head around the same time as I found out that information, but because they've done other things in this game that kind of foreshadow other things. It's like, this is a symbol. Getting shot in the head equals communism. Dead body told me I was killed by communism. To me, that equals I was seen as a communist by someone. I was shot in the head.
On the topic of that scene, that's another example of a visual calculus scene that just show you the facts even though you have no chance of knowing it. You
Where?
see this when you look at that wall.
That wasn't sure who was. That was not confirmed who was shooting who.
No, but you see the scene.
Yeah.
You see people with who are clearly poor and in working class clothes. Some of them are missing legs even.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of
It's implied
soldiers in
that there's
uniform
a-
shooting,
yeah.
and there's a guy in the middle with a sword saying fire.
It's
you
likely
know this.
that's going.
You
to
know
be.
that this happened. That's my point with the visual calculus. They show you some facts. They don't give you the full story, but they show you some facts.
So
it's just
so that's
you know,
one of my theories for the communism. That which would work regardless of which woman shot him, because if it's about his communism, and if Clausier is being very brash about her political leanings or anyone's political leanings, she did kind of have a reaction when we mentioned communism, but I'm not sure what her reaction meant. So it's if someone was suspecting him of communism, they could have given him a very poetic death in that way.
So,
Shadow says, so someone was following him separately because he was a communist, and they only got an easy shot on him by going upstairs in a more isolated part, and then he just happened to get a girl. Yep, a girl with a past. Not saying that necessarily. It's more that if we're going to like tease the idea. Johnny just asked me what do I think communism has to do with this, basically. And
well, I mentioned it because your last theory was very tied up with that. And
yeah.
I could not detect the ins and outs of your other theory at all.
Well, the other theories both still can work if the man was a communist and they wanted to give him poetic death. Although, of course, that stuff was more passionate. The other stuff would have been passion-driven, which doesn't seem like you would necessarily give someone a poetic death. So, no, the women may not have any intention of shooting him because he is a communist, although either of the women could have also been a communist, and then he could have been killed by communism in the way that a communist shot him. And now I don't really have much evidence for this because we don't know anything about Ruby really, except that she's part of Union. Union is implied to be socialist more than communist.
Social democratic even.
Pink, light pink instead of
instead
of red.
I remember there was a thought that was like the Hardy Boys come off as social democrats to you.
So I'm not sure about Ruby, but Clausier is a spy, an international spy. We don't know. She's like kind of implied to be like from a Soviet-inspired country, and I'm not saying that makes her a communist, but it doesn't rule out the fact that she could be or she could have those political leanings, especially because she shied away from talks about politics when you started asking her about politics, and Volition tells us that every one of our senses is going nuts for her. So if there is something to do with rhetoric smelling communism, rhetoric can't smell communism right now. Those are my logical steps into that. Clausier could be a communist.
Yeah, there's some thoughts and theories there. She is clearly focused on making money for a communist, if that was the case.
Yeah, like, she's not... Well, no, she's not focused on making money for a communist. She's making money for herself.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That was the point. For a communist, she sure does focus on making money for herself, is what I meant to say. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Right.
So, yeah, interesting thought. Yes,
but
she is a spy. That could have been for anyone.
But it could have been more since the mercenaries are clearly very, like, shallow, opportunistic killers that go into third world countries and just kill people. It could have been that he sees her as a communist, she doesn't see herself as a communist, or that she has aligned with communist thoughts in the past and is not anymore, but he found that out about her and she thinks of her as a communist and also thinks of her as a cheap whore. Like, you know, he's already reduced her to a whore. It's not so far to reduce her to a communist if he thinks there's something about that in her past.
Okay. Yeah.
Like there's like logical leaps you can make to kind of like justify those.
I mean, the thing is, there are many ways you can look at this, and many ways you can read each thing.
It's like
only one way will be correct.
Of course.
So it's a matter of what kind of logic you want to use.
Yeah,
and
it's
definitely
also
try
like
to practice that.
Which parts
from which perspective, how you want to read each thing.
It's like which piece of evidence is most important to kind of look into.
And I just want to say how incredibly vague what I just said was, because I don't want to say anything that isn't vague.
That's fine. But this makes a lot of sense, because all of this stuff that, like, every piece of evidence we get, if we focus on that as the main piece of evidence, we can draw the most logical conclusion from only that piece of evidence so far. So this is a very well-made, like, puzzle, because it means that it doesn't imply only one answer yet. I feel like we haven't found enough information to imply only one answer yet, and it's like, just like Shadow said, if we focus on the communism part, it almost makes sense that Clausier isn't involved at all. She just happened to be there. Like, if the communism part is the most important, and my reading of it being a poetic death, like, someone sending a message that communist gets shot in the head, or, like, along that kind of line, or at least the body thinking it's communism that killed him, then it kind of implies that Clausier has nothing to do with it.
But even everything you said then basically used 4 different kinds of logics.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, if you like, they are. In my head, I'm seeing some contradiction already there. But yeah, like there's a point there, and yeah.
What are the contradictions in what I just said? I'm saying, if we follow communism to be one of the important points of his death, that communism killed him, and that he is a communist...
No, something I pointed out. Yes, you mentioned that if it's that, or if it's him being a communist, or if it is his perspective of what he reflects other people to be as communist, kind of like how in the real world today, everyone calls liberals communists, which is wrong. Yeah. But is that the reading? That's what I mean. That already then is 3 very contradicting ways of describing
I would say they're
the logic.
Similar, though.
Okay, but they are 3 very different logics, though.
Well, they're 3 different answers, but they are similar in the same vein, because it means that communism killing him is a very important element. Some of these elements may be red herrings. Or most of these elements are probably red herrings, just because they don't want you to, like, be able to work it out super quickly. It's possible that Clausier happened to just be there, and someone killed him for being a communist, either through the shooter's eyes or through the body's eyes. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, because that is 3 to 4 different descriptions of what that means.
It's 2 different descriptions of what that means. It's literally, someone shot him. That's irrelevant to these 2 women. And one of the theories is that the merc that shot him, probably, from that far away, thought he was a communist. He may not have been. And shot him poetically for that reason. It could have been the merc that shot him for whatever other reason, shot him, and then he thought he died because he thought he was left-wing enough to be assumed a communist, because he knows that revolutionaries get shot in the head. I mean, communists get shot in the head in the revolution. Like, the body knows.
Okay.
Those are just 2 different theories.
Okay, yeah, those 2 melded kind of into each other, but they were mentioned in 2 different ways. One of them was he was shot because he is perceived to be a communist. Or he is shot in the head. For other reasons. He is shot in the head, and that is the symbolic death of a communist. Or he believes.
No, those 2 are the first 2 are exactly the same reason.
Okay.
He was shot in the head because he was presumed to be a communist. Is because it is a symbolic death for a communist.
Sure. All right.
Otherwise, someone could have just walked up to him and shanked him, or something. I mean, I don't know why, but like. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Does the communism mean getting shot in the head? Or does the communism mean the person sees the person as a communist? Or does the communism mean he was killed by a communist? Or does the communism mean that he thinks...
The communism doesn't mean he was shot in the head. He was just shot in the head already. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, but I feel like... Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. You mentioned the symbolic death. That is what I mean. Like the symbolic...
That's the same reasoning as someone killing him for being a communist. It's a symbolic death.
Okay, sure.
That's one reason.
Sure.
That's one logic.
That's the way you want to... Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, the point was just, yes.
Because if someone shot him for being a communist in the head accidentally, that is still a symbolic death, whether or not that person meant to shot him in the head. Or meant for that symbolism to connect. That doesn't actually matter. If the person shot him for being a communist, then the theory is still right no matter if they intended to shoot him in the head or not. Or for it to be symbolic.
Yeah.
Because that's one theory. The other theory is he thinks he was a communist because he was shot in the head. Because that's how his body is analyzing it.
I'm gonna start playing this game at 1 a.m.
Yeah, but now you're like questioning my logic, so I want to explain.
Yeah, because it is in a lot of directions, but yeah.
I think it's only in 2 directions.
Okay.
But that's assuming the communism part is important. It could be a very small flavor.
It's also just really hard to have this conversation while only responding in a vague way, which is trying to keep a discussion and keeping your thoughts going without saying what is right and wrong, and never saying I don't think that makes sense, or because I don't want to.
Yeah,
I don't want
you
to
already
give you the
did
answer.
it. You already did it once.
Okay, but that is honestly because I felt like you were choosing to ignore half of the things we either knew or
I
were
just
told.
ignored half of the reasonings just then by explaining the communism facts, because that completely ignores why there are footprints behind her door. It ignores why Ruby would run away. That has nothing to do with this theory about communism. A random merc shooting her from 2 kilometers away, shooting the guy from 2 kilometers away has nothing to do with Ruby. So why did Ruby run away? So I am still ignoring half the facts. It doesn't matter. We're talking about. I'm specifically talking about. If I'm focusing on one element at a time, these are the things that make sense. If I'm focusing on communism, it makes the most sense that a merc shoots him. I think. From far away. Because I don't think these women care about communism to that degree. To a symbolic degree.
At least it doesn't seem that way.
It doesn't seem that way yet. I have no connection to communism
But yeah.
from these women. But I know that those
either
coalition guys
some
do not
of these
like
things
communism.
They
really do not like communism.
Because maybe some of these things are red herrings, or things that look like something, but they actually aren't. Kind of like him being hanged in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
So he died. Or it's so fucking easy to get tunnel visioned if you only think about 1 or 2 facts at the same time.
But
you forget how they connect to the rest.
I thought you were kind of asking me to think about 1 or 2 things at a time. I thought you were specifically asking me, what do you think communism has to do with it?
I brought it up.
Why
I brought it up because you made a really big deal out of it in one of your theories, and then in the other one it was just completely absent. So I wanted to.
Well, that's why I wanted to play around with the theories, because I think that some of them have to be red herrings. Because there's no way that everyone is telling the truth, and every piece of evidence is just as important as every other.
Yeah, and that maybe that's the important part. Like how important each piece of evidence actually is.
I think the most
how much
important
weight
pieces
does
of
it
evidence,
actually have? How literal is it supposed
I think
to be
the 2
taken
most
and so
important
on?
things for me is, well, of course I'm going to find a lot of stuff out when I go over to check those B vantage points, but the most important things to me right now is the fact that nobody heard a gunshot, which kind of implies it was far away.
And we have 3 places you gotta check.
And that Ruby is missing. Which kind of implies
So you have to find her.
some kind of something. She's hiding for some reason. It could be a completely other reason. But all of the Hardy Boys can kind of back her up. Well, that she was with them at the bar. So she couldn't have been really, really far away to shoot a gun that doesn't make sound.
But she is suspicious.
She's suspicious only because she's not here. And we can't get any information.
So it's like... Yeah,
those are the only 2 things that I think are hard, important contradictions. The fact that Ruby is gone, and is the prime suspect, but also that the gunshot wasn't heard. Those are 2 contradicting facts to me right now. Those are the only 2 very important things. The other stuff is kind of like icing. I think the communism one is actually kind of at the bottom of my list of importance right now, just because it was such an early thing that we found out 4 screams ago that communism killed him, and it is a very inland empire.
It was very abstract.
Dreamy
Even Love Did Him In is also very abstract, but at the same time,
well, now it kind of makes sense.
But now we've made sense of it, which is what made it really cool.
Yeah.
So then maybe there is some kind of cool connection to the other thing.
I'm sure there is something, because
this game has a lot of cool connections.
I'm sure there's something.
And a lot of...
But that's definitely the thing that I'm not focusing on the most, because I feel like that's going to fall into place on its own if everything else does.
It will, because you have 2 primary things to do here now. You have to find Ruby, and you have to check out those 3 positions.
Yeah. Before today...
And you're going to find out... I mean... You're going to open some cans and you're going to figure out what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Before Tuesday, we hadn't... our character didn't have any idea that Clausier was involved. So before that, my leading theory was that communism killed him, and therefore someone against communism probably shot him to prove a point. That was my leading theory at the time. That's why my focus was so heavily on communism at the time, because that was obviously the only lead we had for a bullet to his head. Because we know it wasn't the Hardys. Why would they shoot him and then hang him? So my only lead was it was someone who didn't want a communist. Because communists get shot in the head. But now it's like almost irrelevant compared to other facts. And that's why the communism stuff was thought about so much 2 streams ago, and just when as soon as what's her name? Like as soon as Clausier got involved, it became very low in the list of priorities.
Yeah.
Because Clausier is clearly more in
and
the
it's also
the soup of it.
And it's also when you're trying to figure out the facts, focusing too much on the abstract things can
There's
put you
no
a little
hard
bit...
evidence for the communism and who is the
Okay,
communist.
no, what I'm... Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
that's... When you're trying to figure out, okay, so what's the murder weapon and who shot it? Then thinking about inline empire abstract facts can make it a little bit overcomplicated.
Yeah.
So,
I think,
totally.
I think next stream, after doing, obviously following up on the things we're already doing, like the communist meeting, that might give us some insight for one thing. I gotta also talk to
Yeah,
the
I'm curious what that is.
The 2 wartime boys. Those 2 old men might know something about old weapons. There was something about...
There was the flower.
The flower. They might know about the flower. What was that? A wartime flower?
It was a flower that
women gave to men
to communists, men when they were going into war.
So Clausier
to
was
say
giving
goodbye
it.
to them as they were going to die.
Clausier could have been giving this communist man a death flower. Because it was on the roof.
That fits only if they with the assumption that he is a communist. He is the communist.
Which is still somewhat part of my theories.
Yeah.
It can also be, of course, a plant. A plant. I think they even said it was, Encyclopedia or whoever said it was both sides actually gave their...
What was?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was women gave their husbands flowers.
I remember it being very much focused on the communists, but we'll find out when we talk to the
Kim said it was mostly used by the communists, but it was a political. It was a non-political symbol, because at the end of the day, it was just about women wanting their husbands to come home, but it was mostly used by communists because white was their color. That's what they said. And what that does kind of imply, or could imply, is that Clausier, assuming there wasn't just a random flower on the roof, Clausier could have given this man a flower because she knew he was going to die, regardless of who the communist is between the 2 of them. Because if women are giving their loved ones flowers, she could have known he was going to die. So, that is something. I forgot about the flower. So we will talk to Renee about the flower, and maybe about wartime guns. Maybe, hopefully.
And kick Kuno's dad's ass.
Maybe kick
Fight
Kuno's
the
dad's
most
ass.
violent man in Revocol.
It's probably just like some dude who's like completely passed out in the room. I hope he is, that'd be very funny. But yeah, so on Sunday, I guess we'll check whether or not I'll be for this. Otherwise, Tuesday will be our next
The
stream.
usual schedule.
How long do you think I have left?
Oh, it's so hard to say, Jesse, because the thing is, if we are spending an hour standing on a balcony theorizing, then it's gonna take a long time. But but if you are going straight for content, then it won't take us long time. But also, if you want to explore all the side missions, then it's gonna take a longer time. I don't know.
And
how
you
long.
don't know if the game ends after you figure out the crime.
I'm not going to answer that question.
Okay, that's fine.
That's what I told you. I'm not gonna answer that question because I don't want to spoil the game.
Yeah. So.
And the thing is, you haven't even explored the church.
Yeah, but could you give me a ballpark, like 2 streams, 3 streams?
I cannot, because I cannot predict how you play this game.
Yeah.
I thought you would go way further tonight.
Okay.
And we did not. We basically spent the whole stream in the Whirling Rags.
Yeah.
Because,
that's where
you ended up taking
is.
a long... Yeah. But the thing is, you ended up taking a long time with that information, which is okay.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to take that long. So I'm not going to make an educated guess because I don't have one.
Yeah.
Some things you might do really quick. Sometimes you get really surprised how quickly you go about some things. And sometimes not.
Okay.
Because clearly we played this game very differently. So I don't want to guess.
Okay.
Because I have no fucking clue. Also, we've done a lot of these things in different order as well.
I imagine so. Which
you
is
haven't
why
you haven't even done the things in the fishing village yet.
Yeah.
The ledger thing, and you don't even know what's going to happen.
By the fact that you encouraged me to do it makes me feel like I have to do it for this.
But it's also because I don't know what's going to happen if you don't.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. You're implying that there kind of is a connection between this ledger and the main story of the game. Because I was under the impression I could just leave that and finish the entire crime without talking to Everett ever again.
Maybe you can.
Okay.
Maybe you can. I don't know, because I didn't do it like that.
Okay. So, I don't need you to respond, because then I don't
and it's also really hard not to. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Because I feel like I'm being put on the stage a lot in these conversations.
I know. But it's hard, because you have played the game, you do know what the answer is.
Yeah, it's an incredibly uncomfortable position to be in.
And it is only one answer, so you can't, even sugarcoat it in a way.
Yeah,
you can't sugarcoat any
It's
answer.
really fucking hard not to spoil this game while still being part of the conversation. So all I can say is, and I hope you enjoy the game.
It is very fun. Regardless of how right or wrong the theories are, they're still interesting to think about. Because I felt like my theory...
And as soon as you finish the game, I'm gonna say a million things.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a
because I've been just
for just talking
this
about
whole
it.
time, every time you say something.
Yeah.
Sometimes...
You should write it down in a little book.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's what Kim does. It's very interesting, because, it enables you to think of so many theories as you're going, and probably depending on your play order. Because, maybe the reason why I obsess so much over the communist poetic death is because I got the bullet, I analyzed the bullet in the head and then right after I got told about how communists were shot in the head. Immediately. Within the next, 15 minutes of gameplay. And you don't have to react to that. But that's why I made that mental connection so far, that the being shot in the head might, very likely could be a poetic death. But of course, being shot in the head is also just a very convenient way to kill someone.
It really is.
It is. It's the only thing that makes me not necessarily not necessarily wave away the coincidence is the fact that the body does say communism killed me. And that's the only thing. That's the only thing that makes me hang on to it. Because otherwise I would think, yes, that would be fun and poetic, but that's a common way to kill a man. Especially if you're sniping someone from this far away. Aiming for their head specifically.
Who did we watch a YouTube video about how in media, how after a certain time frame,
I was gonna say,
every piece of media with killing with guns is in the head. That has been normalized so much in media that it's the standard.
It's
now.
the standard for killing someone. You don't shoot someone through the heart, you shoot someone through the head. Jesse, this is a good way to kill someone, Johnny. It really is.
Yeah, it's just head shot dead.
No, but you're right, because
in
media, it's just shooting people in the head is almost the most yeah. Another point for Cassier being the killer, Clausier being the killer, is because shooting people in the head is also one of the most passionate, yet, what's it called? Charitable ways of killing someone, because it's supposed to be instant. It destroys their soul, their whole, like, sense of being, poetically. But, practically, it is the most, theoretically, instant death, the most painless death, and the most passionate way to kill someone. So that's a point for Clasier.
And since I can't discuss
I'm not-
this
yeah, I
with you,
don't
all
need
I'm
you
going
to.
to mention is, oh yeah, remember when you did that visual calculus and it said he died before he even realized that he was hit by the bullet. So, just for what you just said.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be.
That's what happens when
an
you get shot in the
instant.
head. Yeah, it's
so
true.
it's almost like the most charitable way to kill someone. If you're pissed at them, but you love them, that would be like the way to kill someone. That's why when we were talking ages ago about it being a hanging, I was sure it wasn't the Hardys that shot him. Because the Hardys hate him. They want to see him suffer. People who want to see other people suffer hang them. So them using a hanging as a cover-up makes sense, because we logically think these guys hate him so much, they want to see him struggle, they want to see him hanged.
But it wasn't real.
But they would never
because he was
mercy
quiet.
shoot him before hanging him. So the fact that we found a bullet means someone potentially could have mercy killed him in that way. But of course not, because, like, well, of course that's not the one conclusion.
Yes.
Because,
Yes.
again, just like we were saying,
Yes.
being shot in the head is also almost the default way to shoot someone
Yes.
in any case. Especially if we consider this, like, pragmatically as well. If you shoot someone in any other position, they might struggle enough to do something. Especially an armed ceramic armor merc.
And with that, I'm gonna stop this now.
Yeah.
Because
Too much
that
theory-
conversation
theory.
is about to lead to another conversation,
Yeah.
which is gonna
Too
lead
much
to another
theory.
conversation. It's 2 a.m. We stopped
And
that
also
now.
we're getting a bit Inland Empire about
It is-
why
Yes.
you're shooting someone.
Yes,
or why
we
you're
are.
hanging
So,
someone. It's not necessary. We need to look at the straight facts next
Yeah,
time.
you told us that we had to stop because we were about to hit 4-hour mark, and now we hit the 5-hour mark. So let's start now.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I wanted to stop before I talked to Kuno as well.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Stop talking about video games, Leslie says. Guys, come on.
It's like that, what's it called? Control-Alt-Delete. Brain.
Yeah, you hear about video games?
You hear about video games?
Yeah.
It's time to say goodnight.
Good night.
And it's time to thank everyone.
Farewell.
And thank you Eva for the bits. Thank you Deckard for the follow. And Patch540, who I believe followed while we were offline.
And thanks to everyone else for being here.
Yeah.
And as well.
Here's how to find a gamer in the crowd. The cake is a lie. True.
I feel like that reference to that comic, I wonder if I will ever be in a situation where I can use that as a dog whistle to find the Tumblr memers in the crowd.
So you're like meta.
Yeah.
Using the...
Meta using that comic
That-
to find people
Yeah.
who ironically make fun of that comic because it's so
Yeah.
cringy about gamer culture.
I'm almost wondering, will there be a generation who knows of that comic before or doesn't know at all about Portal? So like people know about that comic and they're just like, haha, gamer comic, and then they don't know anything about Portal at all.
Yeah.
So
kids these days, they don't even know about
I
Portal.
don't even know about Portal.
They only know about
Gamer
Geeks and
comics.
Gamers.
Geeks and Gamer comics. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Took way too long. But yeah, good night. It was fun.